Good afternoon or good evening. Wherever you may be, I am your humble host for this morning, afternoon, evening. Some people call Hawkeye Two Feathers. I'm also known, aka, as David Null. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you continues to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? I was minding my own business, and there was a cry from the wilderness, and I was like, "What's that all about?" There was a cry. I'm telling you, a cry from the wilderness, and it was Chloe. She was like, come on, Hawkeye, you got to do a live stream tonight, please." So, is the thing pointed in the right direction, Chloe? So, yeah, I know there you are. The universe said I had to come on to talk to you, or so there you go. You got your wish. So the universe answered it, and so did I. Um, but I had been tossing over a couple of different topics for discussion to bring out to the consciousness, and I was like, man, and love you too, sweetie. Or I wouldn't be here. So I was, twiddling my thumbs and trying to smoke a cigarette, and I'm not supposed to be smoking a cigarette because I got a patch on my arm. And Tanja Klein, how are you? That is such a neat name, Tanja. Is that your real name, or did you make it up for that? Never mind. So, in doing the studying, that blessings right back to you. And hopefully you had some blessings come your way. And if not, I'm going to wave my magic hand and say, all right, we need something to go over there to see Miss Tanya. Send a blessing to her, please. So I've been studying all kinds of stuff over the years, right? And several years ago, when that thing came from across the ocean, the China thing, and everybody got sick, some people died, they got killed. Some of them folks were actually killed. What? They were killed. Oh my God, they were killed. So they say these will kill you. But I'll be 73 years old, although I have to go in tomorrow for um, respiratory therapy, and I'm going to light up a cigarette. I haven't had one in a while now. You calm down. And in a few minutes, we're going to have a 20. Yeah, I planned this so we would have a 20. So, watching the news and watching the Dr. Simon and Dr. Campbell and this other gentleman, um, and the fact that I'm going to tiptoe around this stuff still because, well, YouTube took me off the air for a while for some things I was discussing. So I'm going to talk about it, but we're talking about that thing that killed people when they got stuck. Some of them in the butt and some of them in the arm. But the after effects of what's going on. And so, no, oh, sweetie, no, I didn't, dadgummit. Okay, let me get this out of my head and then I'll take my meds. Don't let me forget. It's still early for me. I got till 2 kind of thing. So I'm not late. All right. So I'm listening to these doctors talk and I'm listening to these morticians talk about these fibroids and fibrous things, fibroids, um, stringy. They, they look weird. It does look weird. It looks alien. And so they're still finding this stuff in dead people. And so the thing is that, the question came up, well, how many people got that particular potential cure? Okay. They got a potential cure and that a potential deterrent. Okay. See all these words, potential. But what it ended up doing was it was killing people. Kill. Not kill. Kill. There's a difference. It makes the top of my head want to fly off when I go, kill. Something about it. But that's what I came up with on short notice. You gotta love it. So, to the universe, though, these doctors and morticians and embalmers, them folks that drain your blood and everything after you die and make you look nice and put you in the casket, and they're pulling some of these things out that are 3 feet long. Now, what do you suppose killed that person when they pull out this fibroidish thing that's 3 feet long out of their body and they ain't but 5'2"? You know, seriously. So these folks are looking at these fibroids and they're looking at the things and now, so, the news today and yesterday now was, how Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, how RFK Jr. is screwing everything up with those potential cures for people. And so, as Dante and Anna said, it's a trap. Oh, Tanya, do you know them folks offhand? Because I got a message from Dante, and I got one back. Dos Equis. Dos Secchi. Dos Secchi. Who is that? Kevin Bell? Hi, Kevin. All things considered, I'm still alive. Um, Off the hook. Hey, girl, how you doing? I have had a couple of issues. Like last week, I ate some bad Stouffer's lasagna. Something in it damn near killed me. I threw up and I threw up and I couldn't get anything down for a day and a half. And and I just so happened that I was going to the doctor and he took one look at me and he said, Dave, you got to go to the hospital. And I was like, no, man, I'll be okay. No, my legs had swelled. I mean, really bad. And he's like, took a blood test. And my ketones, that's not it. There's another word. Were like, the number was 2. And it's supposed to be 1 or something. Anyway, they they were all freaking out because my kidneys had started going into arrest. They were literally this close from shutting down. I'm not joking. Scared the pedeebers out of me too. So it's like, no, 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 Dave. You don't understand. You were this close. We don't understand why your kidneys didn't shut down because I was that close. So as soon as I could drink again, I couldn't take my medicine for 2 days. And then I literally almost crawled into the doctor that Monday. It's Monday week ago, but this is almost the end of this week now. But so sort of went into an emergency fix. My chest was rattling. I was sick from a chest infection that we've been taking care of. Plus, my kidneys now were about to shut down. And I salvaged them, brought them back in. But then, in trying to get rid of the swelling and everything, I took too much of a medicine and tried to send it the other way. So I tried to do good and did, but it went too far. I didn't stop doing it quick enough. So taking my Lasix. But now my legs are swelled up because I've been sitting in this chair. But and I got to take my meds. However, I've had some pretty damn. I've had a couple of shaky times this last year with you know almost having a heart attack, almost having my kidney shut down at the time of the heart attack. And but they went in and did an orthoscopic view of my heart, and it looked pretty. It looked pretty darn good. I was like, I was impressed because it looked better than the year before. So the medicines have been helping, and I have been trying my best to quit smoking. And I didn't like this one. Okay, so see how I'm trying not to light them, but I haven't had one in several hours, and I want one. I know, I'm not supposed to, but here's the thing. I went down to the pharmacy to literally quit smoking. Right, gonna be a good boy. Gonna be a good boy. It's gonna cost me a fortune. because my insurance does not cover, the patch. It's going to cost me a fortune to quit smoking. I mean, well, I got a patch on this arm to get me some, nicotine, and I got a patch on my arm, and I can't tell a damn bit of difference. Now, I started off on the weak side, and they all said, "You're not going to like it." And I was like, but I don't smoke much. So if I don't smoke much, I shouldn't need a great big giant patch with a shitload of, I'm sorry, trying not to cuss, with a crap load. Well, that sounds just as bad. With a crap load of, um, nicotine in it to quit smoking, right? Seems like from where I'm at with just 10 a day stretched out and sometimes less. Um, and so, I get the patch and it's like, okay, but they're expensive. And then you're supposed to take these for this length of time. But those don't, but you don't quit with those. No. You gotta take phase 2 to quit smoking. Well, then when you take phase 2, then that ought to do it, right? Nope. Then you got to take phase 3, which is what I started on to begin with, because I don't smoke much. I don't have a lot of nicotine in me. I can't tell a damn bit of difference with this thing. And that's, I'm going to smoke a cigarette because I'm like, come on, buddy. I think my arm needs a patch. My patch needs a cigarette. Come on. Me and you going to smoke one, buddy. You see, when I go off on those little tangents, imagine they're little cartoon characters there. Because that's the way my brain sees it. Hey, look, there's a patch with a mouth. Come on, Patch, let's smoke here. Patch Adams, I want to name you Adams. Never mind. So, kill me. These might kill me. But now, I have not been able to take a poot. I have to be careful with my words. I don't want to get, ping. Even though we're past all that. Oh, 5 minutes. Thank you. I got some right here. I lost the end of my pipe. And I can't find anything that smokes like this. So now I'm going to burn my nose every time I try to smoke that someday. Can't smoke ever since. Oh, you got pneumonia? That's sad. But as bad as I was coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing, which almost gave me the heart attack. Yeah, I'm God's saying no to me too, but I'm an ornery son bitch. I don't know how else to put it. I know. Don't argue with you. I'm trying. I bought the patch. But anyway, I had to borrow money to buy the patch because it was the end of the month. Now we got paid today, so I believe you, Hook. See how long it took me to light the cigarette? So one thing I'm trying to, years ago, I had learned to smoke without breathing very much into my lungs. And you go, babe, that's stupid. No, bring it in. And it's because it was like, smoking a pipe. You take in a big old draft of, pipe smoke and you got it rolling around in your mouth. And You let it come out your nose. If you inhale that sucker, you're gonna cough your head off. You're gonna lose your noggin coughing your head off. So I was like, so with my pipe, and out through my nose. I did not inhale any of that. There's a little bit of residual, I know, but muscle control, that's one. But so I've been keeping it out of my lungs as I'm trying to quit smoking. And in my head, I'm going, I know. And I have picked this cigarette up 9 times already this evening. So I'm trying. And looking at them, I know that they're trying to kill me. Kill. There I go with the cough, right? I got some stuff I'm trying to get out. This actually helps. Oh, we missed the 20. Your Newports. Oh, no wonder you had to quit smoking. God almighty. Oh, Newports. Ooh, I smoked them. I used to smoke menthol. Newports. Holy crap. Okay. I want to smoke it my own way, so don't look. Oh, but anyway, um, what, Duggar? There's somebody outside. Something outside. A critter. Are you going crazy? You need to go outside? Oh, speaking of which, this is not easy. My nose is so long. Oh, hey, they're good dogs. I smoked bugler when I was in jail. I somewhere around here, there's still. I've got some tobacco down there to when I run out of cigarettes, I roll my own. So yeah, I'm bugler. We some old time convicts in this here house right now, huh? Whoo wee, let's have one. Arr, shiver me timbers. So I'm thinking about as I'm doing this, I have not been able to have any kind of those sticks that might potentially keep you from getting sick. Okay, they start with a V. So I have not been able to take one for years. I'm allergic to whatever's in them. Okay, now that should tell you something right there. I have been allergic to these things that are supposedly there to keep me from getting sick. I was the first one in line at CVS to get mine when it was time. But then I was always sick. And so my doctor, oh, I inhaled that one. My doctor, a good country girl, said, well, let's not give you a shot then. And I said, okie doke. I have not been sick like that since. In fact, I haven't really been sick until I got that food poisoning last week. And I ain't done with them folks from Stouffer's. Now, I'm sure that they did not just, ooh, we're going to put a stomach virus in this container right here just for David Null. And then we're going to see if he's going to call the hotline. Well, I haven't yet. And you say, well, what? You haven't complained yet? Nope. Because I'm still getting bills in. I'm going to tell them, do you know how much this cost me? A bunch. Even with my Social Security and my Medicaid, which should not have to pay for these medicines, by the way. You know, come on, Stouffer, what you going to do? You going to pull that lot? You going to say something about it? I need to do that tomorrow. That was a half and half one. So, but all right, I'll take one hit and then I'm going to just start yapping. It's good. It's good to visit with y'all, though. I'm sorry for those folks who might have, come expecting, some information and things. I've, visited with my friends for the last 26 minutes, and you know, um, good for you, Hook. Um, that is a good thing. One meal a day. I've been on one meal a day for years. Hey, Miss Sheila, how are you? Good 20 to you. How'd you like that big old bud? How do you like it now? That big old bud. That bud's for you. So the update about the Keeell part is that there are still men in their 30s and 40s who are dropping dead of heart attacks. Well, they've got this fibroid thing inside them that is literally stopping up their arteries and their veins, mostly the arteries, but it's killing the veins too, killing them. I don't even remember the last time I was 139. Oh, I was jumping up and down, and that's hard for me to do. And when I got to 188, that means my BMI is one. Oh, anyway. So the the gentleman that I've been listening to, and Dr. Campbell, and then he usually does at least some kind of update at least once a week about stuff. And I can't remember the other guy's name, but he does about once a week now. He'd been coming up with stuff. I think he did one the other day, and I was like, he's like, I'm doing this because I got some new information, and but they're still pulling these fibroid things out of people. Now, the conversation they were having the other day was how many people got the stick that was contaminated with the fibroid, quite frankly. Now they were like, well, we don't know. But here's the thing, and everybody was arguing about, the mRNA vaccine. Oops, almost said it. And this and that, and which was good or which was bad, and which came out of. Here's the thing. This is what they absolutely have found out, ladies and gentlemen. They tinkered with it. Why were they tinkering with this thing that might potentially kill you. Everyone, it didn't matter if you were or not. Here's the thing, a lot of those tests they were doing with jabbing that thing up your nostril were false positives because of the test itself. Half of them, at least, were bad. Half of the tests were bad. They tried to manufacture things so quickly, and nobody was really paying attention to what the quality assurance was. That is like, well, oh, this test might be bad. Never mind, keep giving it. So that is yet to come out. But they tinkered with the thing that was supposed to make everybody not get sick. They tinkered with it. Now, if you have seen some of the, if you haven't, you should, because it's fascinating, honest to God. So, of this thing, they had to use certain toy trucks, certain vehicles, in order to get this thing to work in the system. Okay. So they tinkered with the stuff until it could attach itself. Pay attention. Until it could attach, latch on to certain things in the system, meaning a body system, meaning the vascular system, meaning the blood system, right? So, but it needed something that could grab on, latch on, and otherwise be difficult to exfoliate from the body. Now, listen to the. So, when you look at this thing, it looks like a mine. It's got spikes coming out of this thing, right? They might call it a spike DNA. I'm not sure, or the MRA. I'm not sure what they call it. My brain gets confused and I forget shit. But I can remember what it looks like. And I can remember the attachment part. That's what I need to know. I don't need to be a smart ass to understand all this other stuff. You said you wanted to tinker with this thing because you needed a vehicle, right? I understand vehicles in order to drive this thing through the system and for it to attach itself so it could do its thing. Now you show a picture of it and it looks like a mine that floated around in the ocean back in the day. They probably still have those type of mines. In fact, I'm pretty sure. And they lay them out in the ocean and wait for ships to come by to blow up. So these things are doing the same thing, except this little mine of mine, I'm gonna make it shine. Ooh, this little mine of mine, I'm gonna make it shine. This little mine attaches itself to the insides of people, and it attaches and does its thing, but now it's still attached. Well, it should flush out of the system. No, it's still attached, grabbing, holding, won't let go. It's in your system. Well, isn't that what they wanted? Yeah. And those little things are time bombs. Once it attaches itself to things, those things get irritated. Have you heard about that super cancer? It's and there are a lot of people who are reporting this now. This is not this. I have a friend of mine whose cousin is currently in the last stages of chemo treatment because she got this thing and she got 2 sticks. And she's a lovely lady. She's a lovely lady. It's the what? Yes, it's a turbo cancer. Yes. And the thing is that I listened to a podcast today, and one of the gentlemen who was formulating the podcast, his father. Okay, so firsthand knowledge, right? And he said he went in one day for a checkup, and come to find out he had stage 9 cancer. Not stage 1 through 8, but stage 9. And it's like, wait a minute. Started out as a blotch and went boom. So now this, I'm gonna call it a landmine. This landmine is stuck in all these people that got a stick. Some men are dying of, young men are dying of heart attacks. I haven't seen the inside of my heart twice. You know, and you can get stuff clogged up in there pretty easy, you know. Got to keep that stuff cleared out. But for young men to be dying for no reason, dropping dead, whoops. Now, the title of this podcast, if you will, going to call it podcast because that's about what it is, huh? So this podcast is about how many people will it take? How many to kill us all? And that's where I was stopping yesterday to think about it, and I went, son bitch. Now, so they went over to China to the Wuhan laboratories, and did they coerce these people working in the lab? Working in the lab now. It's all about time now. Working in the lab now. Never mind. So they're working in the lab. So did they tell these people, did they walk in one day with a piece of paper and said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to announce something. Whoever tinkers with this here thing and can get it to stick to something and morph when it does, after it does, into a zippity-doo-dah type of cancer, we'll give you a day off with pay. Many takers? So now these folks have got their nose stuck down. I got a big nose, see? My nose is stuck down, but my eyeballs is looking through an electron microscope because I'm looking at all these proteins and things, and I'm tinkering with them proteins. Now I add a little bit of red dye food color into one, and that didn't do nothing. Add a little bit of new Coke Zero to another one. You know, I added a little bit of urine from my sister's pregnancy test to one of them. Some bitch, that one did something. The Coca-Cola one, it just died. But now I tried a little pinch, tried a little pinch of salt, and I think it needed some pepper. But anyway, it morphed into this thing with protrusions sticking out of it. And come to find out that when I drove it using this urinary flush stuff, and it went through the system like me gangbusters, and it started attaching itself to things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what they did. They had folks, hey, Katniss, how you doing? They had folks over yonder, and they gave them some kind of incentive. Now, we know that Dr. Wouchy Fauci went over there. Gain of function. No, we didn't do it. Gain of function. We didn't do it. Gain of function. I'm not guilty. Gain of function. He should go to jail and give back all his money. They should give money back to the people who lost loved ones first, Pay the funeral expenses and all that kind of stuff. My friend died because of it. She was in a nursing home and it snagged her. She had 2 bites of it and may have had a third. I wished I could have told the morgue to check her veins for that white fibrous substance, but I'm not a fan. I'm still not a family member and had no, claim or nothing. And so, and what about my brother who passed away recently? He started having issues and his heart started acting up, and he went from doing to found him dead on the floor. Almost dead on the floor. Almost dead on the floor. I love you, Danny. I've got his Jeep and his 3-wheel scooter. I want to go down to Florida. My brother from another mother is being operated on, Brad. He's being operated on Friday at 2 a.m. At 10 a.m. My sister's going up to Ocala tomorrow to go in and be there the day before and visit with him. And then my sister Lynn's going to stay with his wife Charlene while they operate on him. And I'm going to be sitting here in solid meditation and prayer that everything goes well. Friday, 10 a.m. So, but the thing, and he has had 2 sticks, okay? And so I think my sister too. And I think about these folks walking around and I'm like, oh, God almighty. They've got these time bombs in them. literally have these time. They look like bombs, you know. So if you haven't, go out and look at what some of the, under the microscope, what these things look like, and you'll go, "What?" I I did years ago now, right? This ain't nothing new to me. Now, what is new is that as have been just playing around with this subject, but I'm serious. That's what they've been doing. That's what they did. That's what the gain of function was. They needed to gain function to this thing because it needed to function better, attach itself better, and therefore make itself known and, give people a bunch of stuff after the fact. Because this thing should have flushed out of the system. So they had gain of function. The function was to build this tiny little thing inside a test tube using a microscope with a bunch of Chinese people because they say they're short and can look in the eyepiece better. I didn't say that. Maybe I did just say it, but I didn't mean it the way. Never mind. Too late now. It's all about delivery, Dave. So the gain of function was that. Now, not everybody that had a lab who was working with the core helper had a landmine. They found something else that only stuck for a short time to make sure that it worked, and then it flushed out in the urine and left the body entirely, right? Which is what it was supposed to do. So, but it didn't. So now, what is RFK Jr. doing? RFK Jr. knew what they were doing from the beginning. Because as they were looking at the information, all this was in the news. You didn't have to go to China to find out what they were doing. They had it in the news. You could make the decision for yourself, which I did a long time ago, but that's beside the point. So come to find out, they have been using this landmine in the vehicle that they've been using for all sorts of stuff. All of them potentially supposed to not get measles, not supposed to get bumps, not supposed to get rubella, not supposed to, you know that one? They have been using this landmine in them so they can put it in children as early as possible. Why is there autism? It's the landmine. How come there's used to be 1 in 60, it's now 1 in 6? 1 in 6 boys have autism. They are born with that to have autism. How'd they get there? How did that happen? Guess what? RFK and his team are going to announce that to the people this month. Do it on my birthday. Do it on my birthday. It's on a Wednesday. But I'm crazy as hell, ain't I? But and what the folks are saying in the background, why the person who in charge of the CDC left. You know that shooter? That was bad. The one in Atlanta that went to the CDC, okay, and found out shit was going wrong. It's like, wait a minute, you tried to kill all of us, kill all of us, because as this stuff is coming out to the public, so RFK is going to come out there and say, my friend, my fellow Americans, we found out that the mRNA vaccination, that's bad. That his dysphonia. He did not ask for that, and so and he's my age too. So I don't want to pick on it, not at all. But so as a lawyer, as an attorney, he has been following this before it was an issue because he wanted to know himself because he could see the numbers rise in autism before the Trump thing or before the MAGA thing, before any of this. He's already been tracking it, okay? So now people are like, oh, no, you picked it. He's going to pick on this thing. He's going to make it. He's going to make it where everybody, and so the Florida Attorney General today said, no more forced. Nuh-uh. No more. That's it. And so RFK Jr. has had his finger or thumb on the pulse. Dos Seke. I wish I could explain it, but I can't. But it's a secret thing. Here's my ex. Okay, here's my ex. Dos Seke. Think about the ex. Think about Dante. Dos Seke is going to bring a lot out into the open. Thank you, Hook. And that's where I was headed with this. And what's already got people mad is he's going to tell them it's the RNA and so, a couple of other things, but that it was the vehicle that did it. And people are going to look at each other and they're going to go, what? They went to Wuhan and tinkered with the driver of this vehicle. Now, y'all know what I'm talking about. And drove it into this landmine and gave my son and or daughter Alzheimer's. What? Yeah, it is. I don't have anything to drink. I have to make a run to the kitchen in a minute. But so anyway, this is hour one. I was thinking about starting and doing an hour two rather than making one long. But I've seen that people have dropped off early and some have come late. So blessings to all you. Friends, I love you. You've been hanging out with me for years, and I thank you. But so with this, and I'm talking to you about this because don't get caught up. Don't let them suck you into the conversation of, they was wrong about it. No, RFK and some folks were right about this from the beginning about the autism thing as part of it. But so, guess what? Little children, hold your ears. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Youngins and virgins, hold your ears. It's too fucking late. They've already put a time bomb in so that so only a couple of people in a lab can kill you. How many people does it take to kill you? 2 or 3. Well, you got to have the people to administer it, to pass it out. Yeah, it's a few more. But how many does it take to kill you and a bunch of other folks? Apparently, only a couple of people in the lab called Wuhan. I have to go get something to drink so I can. I'm thirsty. Tanya, how are you? Blessings to you. I see you back there. I don't care how things are spelled in the chat, and let AI figure it out. I'm going to go get a drink. It ain't going to take me but 30 seconds. So talk amongst yourselves. That's a that's a good one. So thank you for waiting. And so I was some of the doctors were going over the statistics. You know, how many people got one stick? How many of that percentage of those people got 2? And then when they said, you got to have 3 because that's special. And guess who was selling that? Guess who was selling the 3rd one really hard? Old Fauci himself, who swore there was no tinkering and that there was no Wuhan tink, and that gain of function. No. Yes. I'm sorry, but that man should be killed 1,000 times. I mean it. He deserves life in prison. He should be killed once every day for the rest of his life. for what he has perpetuated. Now, RFK is going to have to lay it out on the line that Anthony Fauci is the one responsible for your child's problem. What? Yeah, you know that child, that 1 in 6 boys that have a flaw. Oh, well, yeah, you can thank Anthony Fauci for that. If he's going to tell the truth, and a lot of people already know it, but that not the beginning of it, but the increase of is at least 90% Anthony's fault. He is Faust in this play. With a name like Fauci, he's playing Faust. He's playing the devil. For who, listen to me, one of the things I can't wrap my head around at all. Oh, he was paid enough millions for it to add up to be close to $1 billion. Okay. I mean, he's like this close to being billion. Fauci is richer than Trump. Okay. He's got more money stashed than Trump. Now, Trump's got more towers and stuff, but Anthony's got more money. Hey, John, how are you? So I'm listening to these doctors and a third party in there. I will just a second. I got to get this out. But, I was thinking about the numbers. And this is what they were saying. At the rate of the rapid cancers that have yet to show up in people, but the markers are there. Okay. So the time bomb is waiting on people. So everybody's sitting back going, okay, everything's fine. Wait a minute, I got cancer. And it's a racetrack, son of a biscuit eater. So that has been increasing. And it's a statistic that they're just starting to get their hands around. The jetliner cancer, first class. That's just starting. But there's cancer, and then there's the jet fueled one, right? But the thing is that incidents of cancer are up. And they're not telling people where. Well, your mama died of smoking. She was only 28. Yeah, but she died of lung cancer. She died of smoking. She only smoked a half a pack a day. She died of lung cancer. In a week? That's the kind of stuff that's going on. I know I'm making it sound even worse than it is, but it's bad. That's the weird thing. It's bad. And so I'm listening to these guys, and I just wanted to listen to see, what's the uptick, if there is any, on the white stuff in people's arteries, right? Any more people dying? Are they still pulling that stuff out? Answer is yes. Rates of death are increasing? Yes. Increase of death overall is up. It used to be even, we had to have babies born and But now babies are born with autism that can't function. Men who like to build things in skyscrapers where women are tend to be not quite that way. No offense, but that's the way it goes. The guys are into Tinker Toys, they Rector sets. They are, or should be. But now their brains are tied up and they can't use the brain at all because of Anthony Fauci. Um, so when it's he's going to come out and tell people. He's going to say it was this and this. We have found a lot of markers from this and this caused by this and this. And we believe that the increase is directly caused by more of these young people getting the jab that's supposed to keep them from getting stuff. Oh, but here's the thing. They didn't tell everybody that they made two kinds. There was a whole other group over here, like the batches that were made for some of the folks in Russia and areas over there. They had a different one. It had its own name, and it was made in a different place, and it didn't have woo-woos in them. Okay? And because it didn't have woo-woos in them, it just had the stuff that was supposed to be there that washed and flushed out of the system like it's supposed to, instead of the ones that Anthony and his buddies and whoever else tinkered with the vehicle to drive the thing. And now these bombs are literally, they look like bombs. They do. They're attached to people's. And it won't flush out. So if people went and got the second one, ooh, look, we're going to load some more bigger bombs in you, And then there was the third time that Anthony said, you got to have the third one. So all of those people are sentenced to die. Yeah, we're all going to die. I know. Nuh-uh. These folks are sentenced. It's up to me to stay off the gallows. I'm going to the doctor's at 2:30 this afternoon to have some therapy, breathing therapy. And if I'd quit smoking, I might not need some of this breathing therapy. Now, I'm dance. Picture this: I'm on the gallows, right? And my heart condition is the rope. All right. And for every cigarette I smoke, I slip that noose over my neck a little further. I tried to hang myself at the age of 17, so I kind of remember this part. So pulling the noose down over your head. And so you smoke another cigarette and you pull that noose on down a little further. Then all of a sudden your chin clears. And now you're stuck on the rope with just your neck. I know how this feels. It happened to me because I tried to hang myself at 17. My feet danced on the ground as I tried to hold myself up on my tippy toes because I realized after it made it over my chin and got to my neck, I made a mistake. Oh, shit. I usually carry a pocket knife. I was so stretched out, it took me a while to get that pocket knife out of the bottom of my blue jeans. And then I was weak. I was like, I mean, literally dancing on on my toes. It didn't take me like, well, oh, he whipped that knife up out of his pocket and cut that rope and distant it. No, where is that some bitch? Dance, 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 choke, 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 turning more blue. Where's that fucking pocket knife? At the bottom of my jeans in my pocket. Can't reach it, can't. My jeans have slid down my butt because I ain't got no hips. I ain't got no butt, they say. And so it has slid on down. And so my jeans are like, almost off. Pearly goodness to see you. So I'm dancing there with a rope around my neck, literally about to choke myself to death. This is not a funny thing that I'm going through, but I make it try to seem a little hilarical, but I was scared poopaless. Hanging from the rope, can't reach down in my pocket. I'm trying to, and I'd had wine that night and a Valium, which the wine and the Valium is what set me off with my depression. And so the only thing I could see out of my situation was death. Just this. Well, I just had a bad accident that was not my fault. Almost killed. Two concussions, one on the front and one on the back. Seriously, bent that steering wheel in half. My chest has been compromised. And it was about 2 weeks after the accident that I started dancing from the basketball goal. Okay. Well, when I look back on this, I must have had a little bit of help along the way, because when I look back on it now, that was a pretty precarious situation. I literally dancing like this, and I mean, I hadn't measured it out, but I had a rope, made a noose, saw the basketball net cold thing that was in the backyard of the apartments. I couldn't find a tree, so there it was. And I found something to stand on. So convenient, right? And then you're hanging there And the more I hung there, the more I had time to think about what a dumbass mistake I'd made, you know. So, but I finally did by pulling up the inside of the cloth in my pocket. I reached my pocket knife and got it out and opened it up. And yes, I cut the rope. No, I didn't. No, I saw it on that freaking rope. Now, every time I saw on the rope, I'm like, I'm pulling on the rope and my toes ain't holding up. And, I'm not a ballerina. And so got to saw through the rope with a dull ass knife. I started sharpening my knife more after that. Um, a bunch of strange things that piled up into a damn near dumb mistake. I'm almost not sitting here talking to you because at 17 I did that to myself. Now, why am I telling this? It's because unless you put that noose over your neck yourself, and for me and dancing on my toes, kicked myself out from kicked that thing. I can't remember what I was standing on, but kicked it out. Something wrong. I love that. I love that that joke. So I was just a dumb Pollock. Why do you want to have an orgasm, or how can you have one being while being choked? That is so weird. You're right. And it seems that the women like it the most. What's up with that? Um, really? And then you go, well, I killed my girlfriend. How come? Well, she wanted me to choke her. But Your Honor, it's true. I got it on videotape. She asked for me to choke her, so I was just doing it, and she was just doing it. She said, "Choke me, baby, choke me," and I said, "Okay, slap me, baby, slap me," and I slapped her, and I choked her, and I choked her, and I slapped her. Whoo, that was fun. Till I said, "Honey, wake up." Honey, wake up. Take that ball out of your mouth. And honey, wake up. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You know, but I don't have a partner. I don't want to try that. Nope. I'm afraid I'd get arthritis. Oh, that's how Kung Fu Tori um, died. They found him hanging naked in his closet while wanking on himself. And auto asphyxiation, they call it. Autoerotic fix. Anyway, he hung himself while he was trying to do it, whack himself off. So, how did this subject get here? But see, that's how wacky our world has become. That people would choke themselves and others for fun. I mean, come on. Come on, baby. I'm going to choke you for fun. Come on, lay down there real nice, like, we're going to get it on. Then I'll choke him. And then hopefully you ain't going to die. I got the oxygen right next to the bed now. All right, I'm gonna turn this so you can watch me take my meds. So even Chloe can count down with me. But so listening to the doctors, I'll try to look up this other guy's um, name. He's got a YouTube channel. Um, but he goes over it, and they discuss how many people, and sometimes Campbell will get on his channel, and vice versa, and they talk about it. And when they talk about it, it's damn gloomy. I'm talking about gloomy, and it's like many of my friends are already dead. Most of them. If there's any of my friends still alive, they ain't told me. Margaret, don't tell him we're still alive. He might come visit us. Well, I won't bring no wine because can't drink none. But I know what I can bring. Dos Equis. Oh, this is fun. Some of you may know I have felt somehow connected with Dante. Years ago, when they put my video on their channel, I have just felt like I'm part of the family. Somehow, I'm part of the family. And even though I haven't been to a meeting, an official meeting, I still feel like I'm part of the club. Because of how I feel and all of the things that I've seen and so forth. And there's a feeling inside that is just so intense. And it's like, and I've been thinking about this the last couple of days because this just recently happened. Been waiting on me for 5 months. A message out there with my name on it, Hawkeye Two Feathers. I did not know. Oops. It ain't morning. This is nighttime. But aspirins are in the morning. So I bump into this thing by accident, even though I was looking for something. And apparently that was it. And I found a couple of videos, and one was meant for me. And it was and I've been grinning and laughing. And it's like I have not met Dante. My wish has been before yesterday to just sit down and have a beer, and just chat. Because I would, and he said in one of the videos that was meant for me that, that he's had many people to ask him questions over the years. And stop and think about this now, my friends. Catholic Church believes life everlasting. Amen. It's in prayer. And life everlasting. Amen. So Dante is Azazel. And Azazel was at the crucifixion, on the cross as the scapegoat. If you've all been following the story, Dante is Azazel, one of four brothers. Dante, as Azazel, was the Good Samaritan during the crucifixion story. And he traded places with his brother, who had tolerated the the whipping and all the torture. Azazel is and was the scapegoat, and replaced him in spirit. They swapped bodies, kind of thing. At that moment, when the Good Samaritan took over the cross for Jesus. So it was Azazel as the scapegoat who was actually crucified. Now, Dante looked in the camera. I knew he was looking at me. And he's like, I remember every one of my incarnations. I remember all of the people that I've met. And I remember all of the things that I've done. And he turns and says, I think I'm ready for a walk. I got it. I want to watch it again. I'm going to have to copy it. I got to figure that out too quick. Don't take it down. Please 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 don't take it down. It's on a special channel with like 5 videos. And the one has a title, and in the parentheses, it says Hawkeye Two Feathers. Must mean it was for me. And I've watched it twice, and I'll probably watch it 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 more times. But in that came out Dosake. And so in my video the other night, I can't drink because of all my pills, which I'm finished. I've got to finish taking. I'm getting them. Which one is this? Oh, no. Yep. And so I ain't dead yet. I turned 73 in 21 days. I'm in my countdown mode now. And so, what does this mean to me? Well, it's because I have felt like I have been in battles with Dante before, years and years and years and years ago. I can't shake it. And maybe I'm not supposed to shake it. Maybe I really was. I don't know. He hasn't told me directly, but Doseke. In an offbeat sort of way. So, which just makes me smile because nothing would please me more than to be his comrade at arms, to be in the thick of it with him, to know that I was fighting against whatever it was we was fighting or fighting for, and that we were arm in arm and sword to sword and shield to shield, doing what was supposed to be done. But then I back off of that thought. Why? Because I should not be that arrogant. I don't know if it's true or not. I know I watched that video when he was narrating and I had that experience. We've not spoken. I don't know. It's my supposition in all of this that my brain is just making this shit up because I want to be part of something. So I back off and I back out and say, no, this can't be true. Can it? Wrong finger. I'm holding my medicine. 2 seconds. I'm a 72 for 21 more days. And I couldn't be more proud. I know. I don't know if it is true, but I know that, you know, all is, and most of you know that, me having visions of Mother Mary. Um, who's Richard Petty? I think my grandfather knew Richard Petty directly, actually. Fred Raleigh, they call him Red, and he ran moonshine from Kentucky to Dayton, Ohio, back in the day, in the 30s. Was running from this is Grady told me this, running from the revenuers one night. They chased him out of Kentucky and back up into Ohio where he knew the roads. She said they never did catch him, but he wrecked that car. But the money that he made, he got up the next morning and went down and bought him another Ford. That's what she said. And Granny said, don't you ever tell your Aunt Shirley. Well, Aunt Shirley's like 89 years old, and I want to go down to Florida, and I've been thinking about telling her that, like, hey, Aunt Shirley, can I tell you a story before I die and before you die? I've been chuckling about this for years. Grandma told me this on her deathbed. It's true. She told me this story on her deathbed. Grandpa was a rabbit. He ran from the revenuers. One reason my granny stood beside me, would come and see me in jail. They strip searched, a 65-year-old, woman who, came to see me, once once a month. God love her. She was the one that I had communication with in the head. She's the one I knew, and and I've been talking about all these years about you know is telepathy real? Is it possible? Hell yeah. Me and Granny did it all the time. There you go, Chloe. That's part two. I got to chase all that with potassium. And I have to get it from the drugstore because it has to be strong enough in order to keep my kidneys from going wacko again. Back to the hospital in the morning. So I have believed in my own Akashic record. The amount of mushrooms that I've taken should have killed a horse, you know, at least made him go crazy. And so the things that I've seen, the visions that I've seen, some of them I've shared, and I'll probably share a few more if I can, remember them. The portal that's in our backyard, me and Ricky have both seen this portal, and he's just I love him to death. He's my neighbor. He's just an old country, you know, redneck boy from South Georgia, you know, and a good old boy, you know. But he and I both have seen that portal, which is on our property line. And so it's like all of these things I've seen, all of these things that I've experienced, and then for at my 22 days before the end of my 72nd, you know, this year, 72 mark, because then I won't be a 72. I'll be washed out. I'll be 73. That'll be it. Take a deep breath, But I'm having a ball while I'm still 72. So, and it's make believe. It's all in my freaking head, right? So, but now I bounce into this channel that has a video with my name on it, obviously from Dante. Osaki. Hey, ST, what are you doing? I'm so thankful for you to be here with us. I'm grateful too, and but you don't know how much it pleases me to feel you all's energy in the field. You know, to be able, I'm guessing y'all can feel my energy through the conversation. Otherwise, you wouldn't stick around like you do, and there's something that draws you in. Thank you very much. I love you. And to me, it absolutely is um, the quantum field. We're all meeting here, and you can see me, but I can feel your little tinglings out there. Some folks are like, the picture's brighter. It's still obscure in my head, but But I know you're there. I can tell your energy. I can, I can hear Chloe, telling me to take them damn meds, and I can hear when there's a cheer that says, good deal, And when I was in the hospital, I could tell y'all were cheering for me. I could tell. I ain't got no family to speak of. A few people around here, but I mean, like three. My sister, and she's in Zephyr Hills, and my brother from another mother, Brad, who is sick and ill and going to be operated on Friday at 10 o'clock. Shan's Hospital. I don't think I could make it down. I want to go down when he's well. Supposed to go down for my birthday and go out on the Swanee River and go fishing. So I think I would be better off here at 10 o'clock praying for my brother than trying to drive down there and be um, in Gainesville for the operation. I think I can be here for the operation, if you know what I mean. I will I will transport myself to him and watch over him and put faith in the doctors that are going to, he's got some good doctors going to operate on him. But his situation is really dire. So, anyway, but in the grand scheme of all of this, I feel like we have met in the quantum. Now, many of you might not know this, but you know, um, I still feel that because you hang out with me, that we are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. Don't forget that. Of all other things we are before something, this and that, we are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. Welcome again, my friends. Ping. And so um, I want you all, if you will, you remember Michelle. Um, would you all just, if you if you can send her a smile, literally, or an emoji, okay? But I don't think she's in the chat or hanging in the background. But she needs a smile from us. For whatever reason, she feels left out. And shit happens. And sometimes um, we fade into we just fade. And she needs a smile. She needs a couple of smiles. Um, she needs a poke. And little Nate, too. Thank you very much. And if you have heard the tapes about what they've been doing with the um, my brain's still going think, 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 and I can be talking along with something, but I want a particular word, and it's out there somewhere. Um, Nate's condition, okay. Um, which see, I wonder if Nate had all of his boosters. You know what I mean? Um, I think she said Nate came out that way, but did she have all of her boosters before she had Nate? I, questions I'd like to ask of her. But the autism issue, and I've talked to her before on it, but not recently. And then I came across it's been more publicized about the tapes, and how they're reaching these folks, these kids that aren't stupid at all. And they peck things out, and it's through psychic stuff. It's reading minds. It's a melding of minds. And it's like, what? And so here are these lay people, just everyday people working with their children's, their children, their children's, children. I'm sorry, my mouth goes off into Cajun. Money, hey, them folks, they know them children ain't stupid. Them children, they know what to do. And I have met these children myself who are very smart. They can tell you dates and things, and they can have discussions of such, but they cannot make their bed. They have trouble putting on their shoes. But they can work out mathematical problems in their head I couldn't do with a calculator. And I have met these people over the years. I used to work with these folks way back in the mid to late 70s before I got busted down in Florida. So that's how long I've been around, right? But I've been keeping up with this stuff, and I have met people over the years, who have children and young adults, who've had this issue. And I'm thinking of one set of friends of mine. Um, I think when I met him, he was in his mid-20s, and so it was at a company picnic. And I'm sitting there eating beans and munching down on barbecue chicken. And I look across; he's sitting right across from me, and he's got his head down, and he's just staring at his paper plate, and I can't stand it. I gotta say something. And I know these people around the table, well, I know Bill, and I've met his wife a few times, and I know that Bill's got a brother, and Bill's brother sitting over there, and this is, and so it's like, I sort of know these people, and down over there is Miss Lydia, and then over there is her husband, and, so all these folks are from, I work with. And so I look over at him, and he's just studying that paper plate. And I said, didn't know his name. I said, man, I'm looking at my paper plate too, but I'm wondering if I can go get some more food, or if I got to change this plate in and get a nerd. And I could hear him grin. Okay. And then there came a snicker. No, miss, I was just wondering how many beans I'd ate. He was just sitting there looking, and for whatever reason, he ate all the beans, but he was looking at the plate as a reference. He was imagining looking down at the plate the way he was. You say, Dave, how can you know? Because I've done shit like this. So, but he was looking at the plate and trying to imagine, because he was eating his baked beans. He didn't tell me, but I'm guessing he was counting them as he was eating them. Because as he was studying his plate, no, sir, I was just wondering how many of them baked beans I ate. I was like, what? That was not what I was, but I was glad it was not like, I was thinking about killing my husband or my brother or my mother. I've got a machete in the car, and I'm gonna hack everybody to death at the picnic. No, he's wondering how many baked beans he ate, because he'd already ate them. See, so it was a replay. He staring at the plate, staring at what was, just a little bit of sauce at the bottom, laying on the plate there, and he was just kind of studying it, wondering how many he ate. He wasn't stupid. He was seriously, I wonder how many I ate. So, some people say, well, that boy's an idiot. No, he ain't. He was looking at his plate to reconstruct that pile of baked beans he just ate. And he was trying to calculate how many beans and to how many calories that was, and whether or not he could go and get a piece of carrot cake or not, whether or not he ate too many beans. And so it's like, no, he's not stupid. So there are so many people locked up in their brains. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're thinking. They know what they're feeling. But there are doctors and nutritionists and people who think they know what they're thinking. I don't know what Duggar's thinking, but he's growling something. What? I'll go to the door and open it, and he'll go, and then I want to come back in. I ain't getting up for that. Anyway, so looking at the way things are in as a whole, okay, because I observe things, little things, and I go down rabbit holes, and I find out, oh, there's this mind looking thing that attaches itself when you, what? I could go back and dive back down in the hole and then write down a couple of things and remember it more succinctly. But, for my nets and purposes, do your own research. Um, that was weird. I, I I have munchkins that like to play with me. Leave them alone down there now. Well, that's more serious. He's going to come by here in a second. Oh, his tail is Oh, there he goes back. It's the armadillo. Is it the armadillo? Tail went. Every day is a battlefield. What? Much love for Michelle. Yeah, she probably kicked me if she knew I spoke her name out loud. But no, 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 no. Come on. And not speaking bad. I'm saying, hey, we love Michelle. So y'all give her a poke. And Nate too. So, but anyway, I sent her some stuff about what the individual women had done, and about the tapes. Now, I have not listened to the tapes all myself, but I sent her that hoping, that Nate still is who he is, unless a miracle has happened now. But if he is still who he is, then it may be that there's something in that information that can help them both out. Because Nate is physically getting older. But there's that thing. Well, you know, he's locked up inside there and he's going to be a child all his life and everything. I don't know about that. You know, sometimes you got to be able to reach the child. Now, I'm not talking, this has nothing to do with Miss Chell, okay, and Nate, but it could relate. That rhymed. But in my workings with children and adults now for several years, I have this experience. Every day I went to my job and they were there, right? So observation, and you'd put something in their head the day before and see if they could remember it, see if they could remember the details. Might be something stupid, but and so I I say I practiced. That was you trying to find different ways of reaching them, right? And like Harry Riggs was always talking about cemeteries, and an uncle of his had died, and he had seen him in the coffin, and they took him to the cemetery, and it freaked him out, and he had nervous breakdown, and being a nervous breakdown for someone with mental retardation is not pretty. But so, in order to help Harry out, whenever he got too stressed, Mister No, Mister No, we all gonna go to this funeral home, ain't we? One of these days, Harry. Yep, one of these days, and we're gonna go to heaven and sit in heaven, and we all gonna sing music and have a good time, right? Yes, man. That's right, Harry. We sure are. But before we go to heaven, we got to go to the funeral home. Got to go to the funeral home. So it'd bring it back down. He would, so that's right. Got to go to the funeral home first, you know. But so whatever it was that was eating Harry, and as nauseatingly repetitive as happened to speak to him and to it every time, which was almost constant. You had to give Harry something else to do to get his mind off funeral homes and for him to quit talking about it. So we give him something to talk about that was like, we're all going to go to a picnic on Friday. Yeah, that's right, Mr. No. We're all going to go to a picnic on Friday. Yeah, that's right, Harry. And we're all going to have baked beans. That's right, Harry. We're going to have baked beans at the picnic on Friday. We ain't going to have to go to no funeral home, are we? No. No funeral homes on Friday, Harry. We are going to go to the picnic. So you distract him, you divert his attention out of funeral homes to now it's the picnic. So now he can work with everybody in the group, and he can talk with Larry about having pork and beans. He can talk with Sue over there about potato salad. He can talk to Miss Junior over there about how they're going to go and set the tables. So Harry is not stupid. But if all you listened to was going to the funeral home, if you didn't know how to distract Harry to get him out of that, now he was profoundly retarded. I mean, that's the word, profoundly retarded. He was lovable. He was had a smile on his face almost always. Would help you in a heartbeat. Rather large of a man, and kind of goofy at times, but he was a good soul. But it was my job, our job, to steer him out of the funeral home and onto positive topics, onto what he was doing and the work that he could do with his hands and the projects that we'd have. And so it was a a constant chore that got to be fun for me because I was like, wonder what Harry's going to come up with next. I wonder how I'm going to react to it. What can I come up with off the top of my head that's going to surprise him and divert him and also give me something else to can talk about? I don't want to talk about the picnic now, and We had that was a good picnic on Friday, wasn't it, Mr. No? Yes, sir. 2 weeks later, that was a good picnic, wasn't it? It's better than the funeral home. Okay, so be careful what you be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you pick. But inside these people, there's humor, there's intelligence, and just because all they can talk about is a funeral home, don't mean they're stupid or crazy. So, or mute. Nate's pretty much nonverbal. It doesn't mean he wants to be. So I don't know how I know this. I've only seen pictures of Nate over the years that she has shared with me, but I have this feeling Nate wants to talk. And I just got a feeling he wants to talk. He wants to chat. And they don't know how. And so when they don't know how to do something, what seems to be like a bad behavior or upset or something, then the personality is frustrated. And they're like, I, I can't get it out. And you can't understand me, damn it. I don't like cherry jello. Here, have some more. I hate cherry jello. Have some more. What? He does what? It's because what? He can't express himself. And no one gets him yet. I I firmly believe it. Yep. And I haven't met him. But I feel like I've met him in the spirit world. I feel like I've met him in the quantum field. And I feel like he's like, man, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? And I'm like, he's a voice in the wilderness. But with this, it's an old idea brought forward. Because Granny and I was talking about 2 hours ago, Granny and I communicated with our thoughts. I've communicated with other people over the years. If you've got a close knit with someone, you know if they're going to call or going to drive up in the yard or, it's hard to surprise somebody like that when they can feel you coming kind of thing. So, but anyway, to be able to reach people, other folks's, your children, for God's sakes, through mental telepathy, in my humble opinion, ain't nothing but a thing. I've seen my niece do it with her girls and her boys too. Um, and I want to say that maybe I had a little bit of it, to do with it over the years and having conversations and just being her uncle. Um, but now science is coming around with this stuff. And the science is, there's enough people who are my age and older, I have 21 more days to be 72. Um, but they're looking back going, hey, wait a minute. You guys are poo-pooing this stuff and you ain't got no business poo-pooing it. And I've heard a gentleman as a scientist, and he said, how do I quantify? And that's always what it is. How do I quantify telepathy? You can't put it in a jar. You can't necessarily measure it. How do you quantify it? Well, Jane's in Chicago and she picked up this thing and she said Yeti. And he said Yeti like a second later. She picked up another flashcard and said Wolverine. And Jojo over there went Wolverine. She's in Chicago. He's in LA. She's reading the cue cards and he's saying them 3,000 miles away. How do you measure that? Good point. And that's the reason it doesn't get any more than it does. It's got to be foo foo woo woo because you can't quantify it. You can't measure it, can't pour it into a petri dish or take it out of a petri dish or take it out of the nose of somebody's petri dish or whatever it is. But so folks think it's just poo poo. Now, this group that is with me right now, you 9 people, it says one opportunity, quantum entanglement. The two are always connected. One will affect the other. Yes. But here's the thing. You have two individuals. Now, you out there might be thinking that I'm talking about Michelle and Nate. And you would be partially correct. Simply because she's the mother and he's the son with the autism. And that's about as close as it gets there. That's about it, right? So, Dave, what are you talking about? Well, the mother is so intent on taking care of her child. She has the Jesus Christ Mother Mary complex. She gave birth to him, so something she did wrong, there's some guilt. She says she might say no, I don't know, but the mothers, quit thinking about Michelle, but mothers in generally psychologically deep inside they're going to take blame for this. Somehow it's my fault. I carried him. He came out this way. Gotta be the fault. So there's that. So in order to break into that, it requires lemon drops. Oh, you're talking about something else. Quantum entanglement is nice with lemon drops. But so the mother has that first thing going in, and so she wants to speak to her child, but she's been to the doctor, and the doctor says your child um, your child's condition is severe, ma'am. There's no hope for him because of how severe his condition is. He'll never be able to change himself. So the best thing that you can do is just tolerate him and keep him as happy as possible. And because your child is severe at this, because he's back in the back and hollering and waving his arms and it's like, but he's severe. He's non-verbal. Now I gotta say this out loud. I have heard Michelle say that word when I was speaking to her on the phone. She repeated it to me several times to the point where I had to say, please stop saying that. start saying something like, my son has this condition. Stop saying nonverbal, because you're convincing yourself that there's no hope. And nonverbal means he's nonverbal. He can't talk. I'll never be able to understand my own son. How can I communicate with him? Because the doctor has implanted in her brain, along with all these other mothers out there, that their child is nonverbal. So it doesn't mean they can't draw pictures. It doesn't mean they can't point at a video and want to eat popcorn and watch it. Doesn't mean that, no, I hate cherry jello. Yeah, that's some more. Grandma, I hate cherry jello. Have some more. You know. So the person inside, the person who's locked up, what little bit they know is right, they don't like cherry jello. So every time they see it coming, they're going to it frustrates them. And then they're going to like spit it out. Well, every time I try to feed him, he just spits it back out. Because he doesn't like cherry jello. You have to more. And so the person, I hate to use the word child, but they've done this to adults too. Because I watched this lovely lady with good intentions, feeding this invalid, I'll say. Okay. They could do a little bit with their hands and they could speak a few words, but they pretty much got old age, has pretty much got them down to this point. So now this little old lady would run circles around the girl that's feeding her, right? So the girls are like, split peas, split peas, please, Jesus. And why they think everybody old's got to have them, I don't know. But so split peas, and she's trying to feed the granny lady. And granny lady's like, pulls her hands in front of her mouth right away. It's like, that's about all she can do is just pull her hands in and turn her head and go, yeah. And the girl's like, now, come on, have some split peas. Well, there's corn over there right beside the peas. And so she kept, here's the peas. And the old lady is like, nah. And I was like, hey, sister, try some corn. And the old lady was like, because she could hear me. I was sitting right beside her, and it was like, try some corn. And the old lady was like, mm-hmm. And so she was like, well, they said she had to have split peas and corn. And I told the young lady, have you ever thought she don't like split peas and corn? She likes the corn part. So she started feeding her the corn, and the old lady put her arms down. She was like going, and so she'd start to bring in the peas again. The old lady, yeah. She's not stupid. So old people are being mistreated this way. I have to use the word. And there are millions of people who are retarded in their makeup and in their behavior. They cannot take care of themselves, and therefore their behavior is retarded to ours. Okay, that's not a bad word. It is a state of being, if you will. It's just nomenclature. But anyway, So, but there are smart people, who think they know what them folks are thinking, right? They know what the old lady's thinking. They know what the young kid's thinking. They know what Nate's thinking. Really? So you got to be tactful. Now, I'm going, I don't know Nate, okay? But I know the type of his behavior, okay? So in order to get down into him, you got to literally sit down on the floor and you got to take their hands and you got to listen to what they're doing. Well, it's just nonsense and noise. No, it's not. If the girl's poking herself in the eye, it's because she's getting stimulus by the kaleidoscope. You ever poked your eye? For a blind person, that's like a kaleidoscope of colors because she's poking her eye. She's not stupid. She loves the fact that she can get stimulus. And you don't understand, you know. So, you can get it, you know. Oh, but she's retarded and she's stupid. No, we have to give Genezer something else to do other than poke her eye. Just it's difficult because she's severely retarded, and she had had she had a bad birth, so it wasn't you know it wasn't that she was born stupid. She had a bad an incident at birth, we'll say. Anyway, so the people that I've worked with over the years and seeing how they react. So if you every day at 4 o'clock, if you say, okay, it's 4 o'clock, see, look at the clock, it's 4 o'clock. I do something with Duggar on our way home from Moultrie. They just before the stop sign at 202, they've got those thingies in the road. There's four of them. So he knows when I slow down. Now he knew more in the truck. It's more subtle in the Jeep. So, but for the last few years now, say as soon as we hear that first broom, and he lifts his head up, we're almost home. Broom. Here's the second one. I'm slowing down. Broom. Hits the third one. Broom, and we stop. So we're stopped at the stop sign. It's a there's a bad hump over there. You got to really pay attention. Nothing's flying over the hill out there in the country, and they do. And so it's like, okay, Duggar, help me look. Well, look out the window. He doesn't really look, but to look out the window, and it's what I'm doing. I'm looking out the window. Share screen live. What? What? Looking out the window. What the hell? Ask Gemini. I don't want to ask Gemini. Who put that mess there? That was weird. Um, that confused me for a minute. Oh, the Duggar and we're almost home. But I do it every time. So it's almost where there's sometimes he can anticipate it. He'll be laying down, so he's not looking out to see where we are. But they've proven that dogs have this sense that they sort of know where they are spatially. When we're almost there, they can feel when they're almost home or almost there before you say it. They anticipate um, me. Well, he's not done that yet. I'm working on it. So I got him, you know, he was already a year old, and I've had him for several years now. So we're getting old together now. And so some things he's like, he's starting to catch on. But he's a bird dog and he's a little dense. Oh, look, shiny, shiny, ooh, so it's hard to bring him out of that. Ooh, shiny, shiny, bird dog, bird dog. Um, oh, it's a 20. I'm filling it up. I'm coming. So what does that mean in the grand scheme of this conversation? He can still communicate in the quantum, but in a way, Duggar's retarded. He's a bird dog, Can't help it. He was born that way. Nothing against him, but he's a bird dog. He's not a retriever who sits there and looks around and you know he's a bird dog. So you have to work with bird dogs. You have to work with people with bird dog kind of traits. It's not bad. It's not mean. It's just who they are. Okay. So if people in general would start learning that about themselves, like, listen, you're trying to overcompensate. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. But you are. You're, he's nonverbal. Yeah, but if he's nonverbal. Well, what about he's nonverbal? Well, I've tried, but he's nonverbal. Well, what about, well, he's nonverbal. Uh, Wait a minute. He does know that. I'm picking on Nate right now. So, and I'm supposing a conversation. I'm replacing myself. Not saying that this is what Michelle would do or say. Okay, not at using Nate because that's the only example I got. So, he's he does the something or doesn't do a something because doing nothing is also something, but you have to pay attention to what the nothing is. It's like the guy talked about looking down under his plate. Something wrong? Oh, no, no. I was just trying to figure out how many baked beans I might have ate. What? So, but when it's your child, you can't get out of it. When it's your child, you cannot remove yourself. Almost. And you can try to convince everybody around you that, you know, nope, because it's your child. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the first thing, I got it right here, but the first thing you have to do is look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm his mother. I have my faults. As much as I want to help, I'm his mother, and that stands in the way. It does. Because you worry too much about what it could be and what your emotions are in this. But another person like me, just sitting on the side watching, I'm not related. I am emotionally involved because I choose to be emotionally involved. Not because it's my son. or daughter. Okay. So this is very important with every single mother and all of the parents who have children with autism. Oh, look, he does that. He does the dishes for us. And the kid's standing there going, hey, he's washing dishes now. Don't get me wrong. And he might drop one. So we have plastic dishes now. We keep the good china up in the closet. Um, so that deserves a toke. That's all there is to it. But I was thinking of Carlos Mencia. Dee, dee, dee. Now you say, Dave, how can you make that kind of statement? Well, but you're the mother and you love your child. Yeah, because there is an emotional bond in the quantum entanglement, okay, that keeps you from seeing right inside because your mama and his son trying to please you. There is that thing. In comes another person, a stranger, who says, "Hi, what you doing in there? Did you know that crayon is the color red?" They're going back and forth on a piece of paper with a red crayon, right? That's a pretty red crayon. Do you like red? Here's a blue one. Would you like to try the blue one? And if they want to try the blue one, they'll put the red one down and grab the blue one. If not, they'll go, yeah, and they'll start scratching even harder with the red. You have just established communication. I have just spoke with a child. He likes red a lot better than he likes blue. And please don't interrupt him when he's scratching with red. I just communicated with him. I just touched base. Then I've been here 5 minutes. And mama's like, well, he's nonverbal. Of course he's nonverbal. Doesn't mean he can't talk. I'm sorry. You're using nonverbal as a crutch. Every mother that has a child who is nonverbal is using that as a crutch. They don't know it. They do not know what's going on. God bless them, but they don't know. And when you tell them, they'll fight you tooth and nail to the end. That's not true. I don't do that. I don't. Oh, yes, you do. So the first thing a mother or a parent must do is acknowledge that that's true. That's all. It's a true fact. Mama, you can't deny it because you're mama. You're connected. And that connection is emotion. And what needs to happen with the nonverbal is not emotion, it's communication. Well, you're going to attach emotion to that communication. Oh, look how Johnny's doing. He can color with blue now. Cut it out. I taught him how to use blue. No, he was just bored with the red crayon because he broke it. You're not paying attention because you are a mother and you are attached in a way. And so you don't see those subtleties the same way because those subtleties are attached with emotion and guilt. Now, I don't have no guilt. I don't want, my son's just nonverbal. Would you shut the fudge up? Would stop using that word. I bet you if you can find the right communication tools, that boy or girl is going to flip you out with how much they can chatter. Did you know that they're going to find this out? Because I was listening and I was tuning into this lady, and they're going to find out that um, I think they called it the hill. That they all met, all of these nonverbals now, they all met on the hill in quantum land. What? When they weren't doing something or being or something, they were talking with other nonverbals on the hill in quantum land. And different groups in different states, they all had their own hill in the quantum field. That's what she was talking about. They have their own hidden, because you can't see them, not necessarily hidden to be, ooh, stay away. No, they're hidden. So here are all these nonverbal children who can't communicate, are communicating with each other in the quantum field, in quantum land, in their own, they have determined this place in the quantum field they call the hill. And so, whatever makes them friends, whatever small group, like if they're in the same school or they go to the same class or something, that they have learned, I would say that they have learned to tune into each other by being physically close. Okay. They've gone to school, they've gone to something. And so they have met another nonverbal in some kind of close proximity. And you go, Dave, how you figure that one out? Observation. A nonverbal would have a lot of trouble talking to another nonverbal with a mouse if they can't use a mouse or a video screen or signing into Zoom, or they might be able. Now, once they meet and connect, then they can use Zoom and whatever and communicate with that other person very easily and readily. But the first thing they have to do is they have to meet the other contactee, if you will, in person. Not necessarily touch and huggy, no, but be in the same room with them so that it's like, hey, is there somebody in the room with me? Uh, what do you mean? Now this is in their head. Think about this. This is what they're doing. Okay. I'm replaying this, but this is what they're doing. Um, is there somebody else here in the room? Uh, um, my name's John. Well, hey, John. My name's Dave. Hey, Dave, what you doing? I'm just hanging out. I didn't think there was anybody else in here. Yeah, is this the hill? I don't. You know the hill? Yeah, I thought this was the hill. No, I'm just sitting here in the room, and well, do you come here often? Now, see, they have met because they were in a close proximity to one another. They saw one another across the room, and literally in their heads, you don't understand this, normies. You normies don't understand this. They are communicating with each other, and they're dancing up here in the astral plane. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't. I mean, I do sort of know how they're doing it, but I don't know if they can like see each other. I don't know if they can, if they're looking for somebody, if they would like imagine looking for someone out there in the quantum. I know I imagine certain things when I'm doing card readings. I will ask the people that I've not done a card reading with, maybe never or once or twice, and I'll ask the person to stop whatever they're doing ahead of time. You want me to pull a card for you? Well, then you need to pay attention. You need to settle yourself out because you're part of the quantum on the other end. You want me to pull a card for you, then you got to sit up in your desk. And that's what the way I picture it. So sit up in your desk and raise your hand so my spirit guide can see you. That's what I do. Now you say, but do I actually see their hand up? Sometimes. And sometimes, now I've never seen Chloe's face. Okay. But I know there's a certain glow with a hand up. It's Chloe. I know that's her, you know. And so, do I know any details or whatever or something? Nope. I just know that's Chloe. That's all. So, in this realm of things that these nonverbal kids, they're all meeting on the hill. Okay. And so they're communicating in the quantum field in real time, not in some kind of, relax, like slow, what are you doing? No, it ain't like that. No, it's like real time, crystal clear, and maybe there's a picture attached. We don't know. We can ask, but I'm I'm new to what the ladies are doing with the tapes. I'm not new to the quantum field, nor or experiments with folks, verbal and nonverbal, in the quantum field. I've been playing with this for a long time. That's sort of the what a shaman's duty is to learn how to navigate in the quantum field, how to understand the quantum field. The quantum field, as y'all have been hearing me say, it's the cosmic goo that holds us all together. And it's in the whole universe, not just around here, in this neck of the woods of the solar system, etc. So anyway, back to the communication thing. So folks have been communicating long distance, and I just got a flash of something from Ohio. Um, I'm remembering it, but there's no, they're not there on the other end. uh, there's sometimes, I've had communication with people, and so I'm talking to somebody, blah blah blah, and I had communication with such and such, and I'm thinking about this person in my story. I'm thinking about my sister so hard, that all of a sudden, you know, I have poked my sister unintentionally, and she calls me up and goes, "What's wrong?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. So what I do is I say, "Well, sister, I've been thinking about you too. I love you." And it's sort of what happened today. But she called to tell me about Brad's surgery Friday, 10 o'clock, lots of prayers. Um, so the emotional attachment with the mother to the child is just that. Because you can't break that tie, you don't want to break it. But because you can't break that tie or turn it off, well, yes, I can. I can turn it off. And that, no, you can't. Why? You might be turning it off on your side, but what about the person on the other side? They're emotionally attached to you. So you're trying to, you've got a picture of a cat, you know, showing it to them and trying to get them to go, ka, ka, anything, ka, you know. And because your mama, you're emotionally shoving that energy in the quantum towards your sibling or you're pushing that quantum. See, and the person on the other side going, "What the fight? See, you're making faces again." You know, I'm trying to tell you that looks like a feline. What? A person on the other end might not have any idea what a cat is. Okay. But for some reason, they know what a feline is. So you might be trying to force them to say cat when what they're trying to tell you, no, you idiot, it's a feline. But because you're emotionally attached, you can't break yourself from understanding that. It's really simple. So, but somebody that doesn't have that emotional attachment might, you know, look at the nonverbal with a picture of a cat and go, that's a cat. It says CAT. But when cats grow up, they become felines. Felines. And there are felines like mountain lions and they're sleek. And so you have a little conversation about cat. Now, I am not emotionally attached. So I can go there and not explain anything. Well, I would be explaining that a cat is feline, is to say, not knowing that the nonverbal is trying to say feline. But as soon as I say the word feline, eyes brighten up and go. I just communicated with the nonverbal. No, you didn't. I've been doing this for years. I know. And because you've been just trying to say the fucking word cat, No offense, you every good intention in the world. Really. But you've not tried to express that in any other way. You have only used the same picture of a cat, maybe. Or and this person is trying to, have you ever tried to look for different words for the word cat? Like, synonym for cat, feline, look down the list. And maybe you have a story or you watch a thing about felines and how the felines are cats. So you sneak in little subtle things along the line, but you keep your emotions out of it. And they always say, well, I know I can keep my emotions. No, you can't. Because you're always trying to read them. The mother's always trying to read the child. Did he understand what I was talking about? Is there any reaction? Is there any? And for me, the common, you know, I'm just going to sit down and watch the movie and eat some popcorn with the nonverbal. And what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to observe. I'm going to observe the nonverbal and see if they how they react to different things with cats. And sometimes they're like, oh, look, and they'll point. So in my mind, I'm going to stop and go, now, what was in that frame that nonverbal just saw? They stopped and, it's nonverbal, but you just spoke to me. What was going on at that moment? So my brain goes back and goes, okay, I'm going to take that, whatever that picture was, the kitty was in a tree. Okay, so kitty, tree. Okay, there's something about kitty trees. All right. So we kind of work on that format a little bit later on. And but during the movie, it, I'm thinking, is there a cat in a tree in this thing later on? Let's just watch. But I've noted it. Now, Mama can't do that because she's already gone past it. She's watched the movie with him. Junior never reacts. He's nonverbal. My child's nonverbal. Yeah, I know. But did you watch this movie? Yeah, I've watched it a thousand times, and you don't see nothing different. No. Well, every time he sees the cat in the tree, his finger points. Did you not notice that? Well, he always does that. Yeah, you dumbass. It's called communication, and you missed it because you assumed it was just something he did every day. It was just a hand gesture. Now, for me, I'm watching, seeing what's going on. I'm watching his eyes. I'm watching his facial expression. I'm watching, he might be over here going, they'll be looking out the corner of their eye, and you won't think they're paying attention. And then all of a sudden they'll go, hey, and they'll turn halfway and look at whatever's going on. They're paying attention. So when did they turn? When did but mama can't see it? She's emotionally attached. She loves her child. All of them. Well, there's some others that hate their children. And I happen to know someone who hates their 9-year-old child. Hates her 9-year-old child. And her child is smart. Ooh. If things get too weird, I'm going to adopt that child. I'm gonna call her on, and she knows who Duggar is, so they could be pals. At 73, I might adopt a 9-year-old. Oh God, that would be weird. Well, I'd save that child in a heartbeat from because I know her mother. And over the years, when her mother was having troubles in high school and such, I would go and sit and talk and present. And now she had a baby, with a husband she didn't like. So they got divorced. She's still stuck with the child. The child's a little rambunctious, but not much. She's a child, actually. She's pretty damn good, smart. And because the child doesn't get any love from the mother, the child knows it. And the mother hates her even more than the mother finds another man. The man doesn't like the child, puts up, tolerates the child. Mama gets pregnant. They're married. It's legal. Has a baby boy. Everybody happy, 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 happy. Then the 9 year old's happy too. I got a baby brother. Baby brother is happy with sister. Mama hates the 9 year old. Get away. Just my baby boy. She gets pregnant again. Has a heart attack in the middle of her pregnancy. Spent a lot of time in the emergency room, but she has a child. Misses her baby boy. Now has another boy. So she's got two boys and a daughter sitting over there who she now despises. She will take that child 40 miles to drop her off and get rid of her. To sometimes people who don't even know her. Now, that's a nonverbal mother. That's a different story, but that's for real. I'm like, I don't want this to happen. I spent time with you as an adult and you were growing up, and you're supposed to be better than that. You should not hate your daughter. I can't make you love your daughter, but that's wrong. So let me take her. I love her. Come with me, 9 year old. Uh, I'm your grandpa. Ain't related at all. I'm your grandpa. I got you can run around upstairs. You have your own bedroom. You got a place to run around. There's a bike out in the shed. You know, you can ride the scooter if you want. You know, you can help me take off the garbage. You can ride the bicycle up the hill while I run with the scooter, and you can chase with Duggar, and it would be fun and living in the country. And there's neighbor kids up there that you can play with. And my buddy Rob, his daughters, his oldest daughter's about as old as you are, and they have motorbikes, and they love to play, and they're good people, and they just lived on the road. Life would be so much different. I can see it as the observer. And y'all, if you've been with me for some time now, I haven't talked about the observer position for a while, but in order to make it through these hard times, I have said, if the monster's coming at you, step into the alley. The monster never jumps into the alley. It always runs down Main Street, chasing all the people. So slip into the alley, let the monster go by, and then you get back into Main Street and wave at the monster and go the other way, right? Life is like that. Sometimes there's stuff that goes on. Don't get involved. Stay out of it. But there's a lot that you can see by standing in the alley when you can look out and go, holy crap. Well, look at all those clowns running over there. Oh my God, Godzilla. Godzilla's stomping the clowns. Holy, oh no, there goes another one. Bah, bah. There goes another clown. Anyway, because some people don't like clowns. Never mind. I love Godzilla. Godzilla. Uh, Godzilla. Sorry, can't get it out of my head. Um, so to establish communication with the nonverbal, this is going to be weird. The first thing you do is not try to communicate with them. You have conversation like, "Hey, my name's Dave. How you doing? How you doing there, Charlie? I see you eating popcorn. It must be good, because man, you packing it away. Well, we're gonna watch the movie here. I'll be quiet. You know, eat the popcorn. Did you know this movie's about cats and felines, and how felines like, especially certain kinds of cats, they like to go up into trees. Did you know that? Felines, cats, trees, popcorn. What? So now all he has to do is cut his eyes. He just cuts his eyes at you, but he keeps on munching on a piece of popcorn. Instead of putting the popcorn all the way in his mouth and swallowing it, he's got a piece of popcorn that he's just chewing on. Behavior change, that's something to note. That's communication. Did mama see it? No, because Johnny's just eating popcorn. Johnny just paused in his popcorn, but I recognized that he paused in his popcorn when these certain things occurred. It ain't mama's fault. It's the mother instinct. Fathers do it too, but because the father didn't push the baby out, the father has that much of a disconnect to where if the father's really good, the father can become the observer. But mama's got to give it up. She cannot honestly be the observer. She can be the helper. She can be, well, but every time he does that, he's doing something. Okay, fine. I'll get out of the way. And mama's going to be pissed. She's going to flap her wings. She's going to blah, yeah. But these motherly instincts cannot come out of the equation. And in order, when the situation is severe enough, you got to remove it. It has got to go. I've worked with so many kids, and then mama come in to pick them up. Holy shit, everything changes, And now, because the kid has had a solid 7 hours in school with people who love them and who are teaching and who are being calm and this and that. And mother comes in and goes, "Come on, Johnny, get your coat on. Come on, come on, come on. We got to go." Now, Johnny has just went, his world just went, So from the observer point of view, mama's come in, we got to go. Come on, come on, come on. She don't know no better. She is what she is. She's had a bad day. Got to go. Johnny, on the other hand, because he ain't stupid, he's watching this, and he cuts his eyes over to me and takes a bite of popcorn and puts his popcorn down. "Come on, Johnny, put your coat on," trying to get an arm and a thing, and he wants to eat more popcorn. Now, Johnny's resisting mama because for whatever reason, me and Johnny have connected because we're watching a movie eating popcorn. It's as simple as that. No great big woo, but we have communicated. We have connected in the quantum entanglement of things. Now, if I were any better at doing it, I would be like, "Hey, John, how you doing?" in my head, which I try. but I don't know if he can hear me. But I learned later on that he can't hear me because he's chit chatting a girl on the other side. And they both at the hill, chatting with other folks at the hill. And they're all having conversation in the quantum. And I'm over here like, come on, Johnny. And Johnny's brain and his communication skills are literally with his friends at another location in the quantum. Johnny's stepping on his mama, you know? Now, Johnny might feel a little more affinity to me because we have bonded in some way and, we're eating popcorn together. And so but he just wants to get away from his mom. He wants to get away from his mom just as hard as he can. Because that's what children do. They want to get away from their parents so that they can blossom. You know, I did a shitty job at blossoming. So, but I became a turd, and then I became fertilizer, and now I'm been given the chance to help flowers bloom. So here I am having conversation about nonverbals. My point is, my point is many actually. It ain't just one. But my basic point about this subject is mama's got to get out of it if that's the situation because of that basic. Got to. Observer comes in, makes contact, like ding, 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 ding. Whoa, he turned and looked at me. He stopped eating popcorn and looked at me. Oh, communication. So then, for whatever it is, and then you show mama, see, see that? That's communication. She's going to go, I thought he was just picking his nose. No, that's communication. But wasn't he just picking his nose? Yeah, but mama, you gotta look at what he's doing and what he's thinking up here. You gotta pick up the picture of what he's doing with this. If he wanted to pick his nose, he'd be digging like it. You know, you have to understand the subtleties. Remember, he's a child. You're the adult. You're the one that knows better. But, if I do this with my finger, you know, I'm not trying to tell the person on the other side that I think they stink, even though they do. No, it's because my nose itches. Sometimes there are simple explanations to things. Why does he keep rubbing his nose? It itches. Well, but mama knows. Oh, but let me wipe his nose for you. Get out of the way. Mama's going to do it every time. Let the kid wipe this. Let the snot drip for God's sakes. Because the child's going to go, oh my God, there's nobody around to wipe my snot. Holy shit, look at this. I've done this myself. Will my snot miss my beard? And will it hit my belly or pass on down? I might have to lean out a little bit if that snot in my nose is going to miss. It happens to me because my nose will start running immediately. And I'm looking for a napkin. And while I'm looking for a napkin, my nose is dripping. I mean, drip, drip, drip. Oh, can I clear? Drip, 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 looking for a thing. So this is going through my head. So I let the kid's nose drip. I want, let's see if he's calculating where his snot's going to go. You know, or whether he can grab the hand, a Kleenex in time, or mama's going to go, ding, she's going to be right there. You, you can't wait for a reaction when the emotions step in. See? So mama's got to go out the door nicely. You don't have, there's nothing wrong. That's the big thing. Mama, you've done nothing wrong. But because of your too close association with your child, you can't do this. Not right now. Once we get things started, then you can come back in. But at the moment, no, you gotta get out. Bye. Get out. And hopefully there's somebody as crazy as me who will be able to look at things and look at the nuances. Like there's a couple of people out there that are doing that body language. So take a couple of courses in that. But also because a shift in somebody's weight, sitting in a chair like I just did, and I'm sitting back because I needed a shift in my back, and I'm going to get something to drink and take a hit off my bowl. We're coming up on 4:20. God, I've been at this for 3 hours. Chloe, this is all your fault now. The angels were telling me, I looked up and said, is this the subject for tonight's video? Um, yeah, it's Chloe. Yeah, I was like, yep, it's Chloe. Okay. So here I am doing a live stream 3 hours later. But I picked up something in the ether. For me, sometimes it's like, it is you 7 people that are here with me now. And I love you. I mean, anybody else that comes along. But sometimes for me and my spirit guides is that I must speak these things to the quantum. That it is my responsibility for me to speak these things to the quantum. Somebody out there is not necessarily going to hear me or this channel or this video, but they will hear the answer in the quantum. And so, mothers out there listening now and in the future, you love them too much, and it's okay. But first things first, let's make contact. Once we make contact, then you can take over. Then you can come back into the picture when you learn the nuances of what they're trying to communicate. It's not that you can't, mothers, pay attention. Don't get grumpy out there on me. It's that to make the original assessment, if you will, to learn what the code is. Once that is established, both of you then will be able to communicate, and it's going to be a beautiful, loving thing. But get the fudge out of here for right now. You got to get out. But you can come back. Don't get mad. So, but anyway, having learned a lot in my lifetime, it seems that, as a shaman in training, it is my duty when I learn these things to pass them along. If you see a an invalid child over yonder in the corner, and mama's trying so hard, and she's trying too hard, and you gotta step in and say, "Mama, bring it back, dial it down a notch." you know, the good Lord's got your back, but you're gonna have to believe that somebody else is gonna have to make the initial contact. Sorry. Now, there's going to be the argument there are special mothers out there. Okay. I, I know. But they may have established a communication. Well, because mothers are mothers and boys are boys, um, mama's got to leave the room so the boy can masturbate. That's all there is to it. Get out the room. Don't come walking back in and see Johnny over there, tinkling with his pud, because it's going to happen at some point. And so, what that means is you have to give them their own special time, and you got to tell the boy, Johnny, I'm going out for a few hours. This is your own special time. And Johnny, if he's paying attention, is going to get with that clicker and find that pretty looking girl, and he's going to be, tickling his fancy, because it's nature. It's what guys do. And because women, mama, is so emotionally attached to her, my child is nonverbal. Okay. My child is nonverbal. Did I tell you my child is nonverbal? That nonverbal child, whether you know it or not, is over there underneath the blanket wagging himself off. Because he came of age and you didn't know it. And somewhere in his self, nonverbal and all, things have changed in him. But you don't see it because you're a woman. You don't understand what the hiding under the blanket means because you're a woman. And you don't see the signs of, the way he cuts his eyes and the way he oh, when you say, I'm going to turn out the lights now. Oh, it's time for Johnny to go to town. Mama don't know that. And she's like, he ain't doing that. But yeah, he is. But see, you don't understand. You love him too much. Johnny can't be doing that. Listen, I've seen 2-year-olds masturbating. You know, boys and girls. All right, and the girl was having a good time using her heel as a tool. So 2 years old. It was my granddaughter. I know. And she grew up to be a stripper on a pole. She had a child. The child got taken away from her. She took a nosedive. Last time I heard, she was the manager of a donut shop, of a Dunkin' Donuts or a Krispy Kreme or something. So I still pray for my granddaughter. Yeah, she had a hard one too. So how do I know these things? Observation. Observation close in. Observation, and then grow up years later and there's a 2-year-old masturbating in front of men for money. Some things stay the same. It's 420. Really? My house, anyway. So, for the many things that I've seen over my years, and like, who's going to kill us? How many does it take to kill us? And it really only takes one or two, especially, um, if they have a device that, like, did you fill up the 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 brakes thing? I saw you checking under the hood. Did you remember to fill up the brake thing? Yeah, it's okay. And then they get in the car and go down a country road, and he didn't, or she didn't, um, you know, fill up the brake reservoir, and they're pumping on the brakes, and there's nothing working, and and unless they're a really good driver, they're gonna drive off the cliff and they're all gonna die. Or if they don't die, they're gonna be banged up real bad, and they're gonna be like this. I want some soda. Bring me some soda. I want some soda. Bring me some soda. I want some soda. That ain't gonna be fun. But here's the weird thing: there are strange things like that happening now, and you say, "Nah, Dave." Listen, in the news today, a person is reporting from all places, Germany. 9 people associated with this libertarian party have died or been killed in the last week. What? 9 people? There have been 2 people there who were running for office dead. All these other people reading out the newspaper now. 9 people in Germany. They like to do things neat over there. 9 people associated with this particular new party dead. Well, how this kind of stuff don't happen in this day and age with all the smart computers and that kind of stuff don't happen, does it? 9 people dead in like a week, just before an election in Germany. So it's like, okay, wait, I can't see that over there. More than a yes, absolutely more than a coincidence. But what about the lady lawyer person who was knew a bunch of stuff uh, for the Biden administration? Dead, murdered, suicided. Um, so this stuff is going on, and with as crazy as our system has been, I mean, you know, deep state, um, mafioso type deep state players, you know. I mean, it's like, yo, Vinny, man, I'm gonna pop a cap in that son bitch's ass. If he says it one more time, I'm gonna personally go downtown and I'm gonna pop a cap at that son bitch's head. I'm gonna take my gun and go, listen here, this is the last thing you're gonna see, and I'm gonna go, pow, and then two in the chest, pow, pow. Oh, leave that son bitch. There are people like that. And some of them people are getting robbed because there are other people getting killed or messed up. Do you think, do you think for a moment that the Good Samaritan who had stopped to help a woman, he's in his 80s, he's been the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, and somebody comes at a very high rate of speed and runs the muck over him. And he's in the hospital. It don't take much for an 80-some-year-old man to get beat up. I know I get beat up easy, and I'm only 72, working on soon to be 73. So do you think, when I heard that, I was like, oh man, did he get out of a car? Did he get caught from behind? And did he get caught between the cars? And was he in front of the, holy shit, how did he get hit? Oh, he was in the car waiting for, somebody to come and do a thing. And somebody, you think that was an accident? Then you ain't seen any movies. You know that car that's over there in the alleyway? Just going vroom, vroom, vroom. And you get in your car and you sit in there and light a cigarette, and you're waiting to help somebody, and all of a sudden, out of the darkness, vroom, down, crash, and your lights go out. That was an accident? No, the accident is he didn't die. That's the accident. Rudy knows too much. They were going to put him on the stand, could not have him testify in any way, shape, or form in what he knows and who he knows. Rudy can't live. And they almost got him. Ain't that right, my friends? So what's going on? Well, there's a grand jury. A grand jury that lists Obama and Clapper and this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy and this person and that girl and Hillary Clinton's on the list? No shit. Well, Hillary died back that day, but really, Hillary's on the list? Yeah, they're gonna be surprised when they find out that the person who's playing Hillary ain't Hillary. And she goes and waves her hands and goes, "Okay, hand me the check." Now that person who's faking Clinton, even though there's nothing in there that says that, there can't be a faker in there pretending to be Hillary. Because the Hillary that's going on now, ain't signed no documents, ain't signed no papers, don't have no auto pen. She's safe. But I'm sure that they could put that woman in jail who's faking Hillary for some kind of, you know, because the real Hillary was, um, secretary of something, and so it's like you impersonated an officer with conspiracy to defraud the government. That's what it would be. So, but anyway, so we can go back to, let's get out our abacuses, right, and cuss a little bit. So, how many people does it take to kill us? Oh man, maybe two, couple of people to pass around the, you know, but wait a minute. What about all those boys that have gotten, that that disease thing, that RFK is going to talk about? Um, he's going to tell everybody that it was Anthony Fauci, it was the Wuhan, it was the president, it was all the people who forced those things on everybody, and that oops, they didn't know it would have that kind of effect. But there's a whole group of people over there that had a cure, but they didn't use that mRNA bomb looking thing in theirs. So um, did you have to use the vehicle in yours to look like a Nazi warhead? And did you have to make it to where it would never dissolve itself in the human body? That it would leave, that it would cling to the innards of people and turn their blood into this white, viscous, weird stuff, and that will choke them off and kill them and give young men heart attacks. And what? Wait till they. I don't know if RF. Wait, let me back up. I know that the people who represent um, embalmers have given samples of this stuff to RFK in little jars. They have met him at places and go, hi, Mr. Kennedy, blah, blah, blah. You know, I've been finding this stuff in some of my patients, of course they're dead, but I've been finding this white stuff in their thing and slipping it in his pocket and like, here, handing it to him. Like, no, I don't want this. No, you take this one. I got plenty of samples back at the morgue. And he knows about it. So, and he's known about it since right after he took his oath of office. I mean, right after. There were some folks that were like, here you go. So, but he already had some things in his mind and on his plate. He knew that the dyes had to go in our food supplies. Um, I see all the time people talking about cancer, and they got yeah, my brother got cancer, and he's going to thing, and they got a 5-gallon jug of Monsanto's Roundup. They're going to take to the house and take care of the weeds. What? You're carrying cancer in a can. You know, nobody that they have no association that the stuff in that can is what's causing a lot of the cancers. They have proven it. But you can buy a weed killer in almost any hardware store, Monsanto, and it's usually Roundup. You know. So are those people in jail yet? No. Are people still getting cancer from their product? Yeah. You know, they put advertising cigarettes and stuff in the United States because they claim cigarettes cause cancer. But actually, they kind of stress that one. It's not the tobacco that gives you the cancer. It's not. It's what they lace the tobacco with that helps the tobacco burn better to give it that flavor. It's their additives that give you cancer. Pay attention. Cheers. Yeah, I missed it, but cheers. So I know I'm repeating myself now, but Anthony Fauci, uh, I'm just years ago, just his whiny little face, the way he looked up at, oh yeah, you have to wear a mask, and wearing two masks is even better, and you put them on. I'm like, you dumb fudge. I cussed that day I saw him do that about one mask was bad enough, and you know, because as a machinist, we were told we couldn't wear those masks because those particular masks, the micron of the mask, what it will keep out, the nurses were like, you can't wear a mask. Yeah, but there's all this stuff because it ain't doing you no good. Well, but because the dust particles were smaller than what the mask couldn't filter out these smaller pieces. It was only the great big stuff. And so it's like, what? So yeah, they wouldn't issue us dust masks in my machinist job in the 1980s. They have known about this stuff. They've known that the mask that they made everybody wear is not doing any good at all. Not at all. And there were people in the state of Georgia before the it came out that they were already investing in mass futures on the internet. This company makes medical masks. Ooh, let me buy some stuff. That went up. Oh, there's some, they should still be investigated, but, you know, here in the good state of Georgia. But they have been busting people here in the good state of Georgia, up around Atlanta and all. Yeah, buddy, there's some crooked people up there. So sick 'em, you know. Um, and yeah, the amount of migrants, folks that don't have no card, that go to the Walmart on a Saturday or a Sunday. ICE agents, they're already on a bus. They come in on a bus. Now, however, there are those um, working people that will come into the Walmart here in Moultrie on a Sunday, and it's the company bus. There are very large farms around here that do absolutely require help, but those people years ago said, "You want to work for me? We will pay you well and make sure everything is good, but you got to get a card. We'll help you get a card." And they did. So all their people there are documented, and they come back every year. Some of them just stay. Um, but so here in Colquitt County, there has been that honest, um, honest legal issue with the county and everybody. And I've seen it. Other people have seen it, and we all go, "Good deal," and it is a good deal. Y'all got your cards? See, okay, good. And they pile into Walmart. I bump into them all the time. They speak Spanish really well, but man, a lick of English, no. But so here are all these people who work their ass off picking whatever they have to pick out on the farm. Me, I have worked on farm. I have gone out and had to pick things in the middle of the summer heat, crop the back, and do all that kind of stuff, which was true for what I did. And it's like I know what these folks are going through. I have picked squash. I've toted, from one end of the field to the other. I've picked beans and filled up a thing and done that all day long, and your fingers are sore and you're sunburnt, and you're wind burnt as well. And you went out there with a, a, sh- a long sleeve shirt and a good hat on, and a t-shirt, but that wind whipping across there, blowing the sand in your eyes, and you are just literally burnt from it, and it hurts and it's still windy and you're still out there and you got to work till dark. Um, you know, and it takes an internal kind of gut to keep going. And it's like I equate it to a civilian's way of graduating, like to be an Army Ranger. Then you go, Hawkeye, that's just no, 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 no. There are some jobs that have to be done on the farm in weather conditions that are unimaginable, literally almost get pulled off of something into a tornado. Seriously, get blowed across the yard. You almost get killed when you see the neighbor's propane jug come flying through the air at 40 miles or 50 miles an hour. Just weird stuff. The neighbor's cow, and you don't know where it is, and you look up and go, "Uh oh." But seriously, so I and also like watching, watching the big ships and the waves breaking over the bow, and seeing the guy sliding along the railway, or watching big catches up in the Bering Sea up there around Alaska, or watching these guys catch these fish and pull them in, and catch another one, and there's catch the net and pull it in. I'm like, what do you? And it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's like 28 degrees outside, and the water's cold, and he's freezing, and that's his job, and he's got 6 more hours on his shift, you know. And I'm like, what? So, world's toughest jobs. But the thing is, sometimes in life, you got to make the decision, I'm going to do this job. Yeah, but the wind is blowing and the ice is in your face. Now, what's this got to do How many does it take? Here's the thing, it only takes two. Really, it only takes one. It's harder for just one, but it really only takes one individual to muck everything up, to take a drop of something and put it in a food supply, to put it in a water supply, to put it in a whatever kind of supply. Ding. And then the result would be who is affected downstream. Exactly, right? So now we're looking at, we've had a couple of people in Wuhan start this thing. Now they may all already be dead. But now Anthony Fauci should be drawn and quartered in public. I'm sorry, I'm not into violence or anything. That man needs to be scourged for what he did. And he would probably die right away. So that would be like, okay, so everybody run out there and tear up his body, get it over with. Get it, let's get a piece of Anthony's flesh. Not me, but there are people who want that. I want him dead. I want his money to be used for just Sarah and Sarah, um, because he lied. He made up stuff that you had to wear two masks and that three would actually be better. When one was too much and you should take it off, you'd be better off with fresh air flowing past your face so that the virus wouldn't adhere to the damn thing. And then with your hands fooling with the damn mask, you get it. Dumbass. Dumbass. So, but now that we're on the other side of this, and RFK and company, Dr. Oz. So you say, well, Dr. Oz, we don't know, and he's a little slidey and such, but no. Dr. Oz never lied to people. He did something that, was a little embarrassing, and somebody caught him at it. And so they chastised him for it, and that's that. Wasn't illegal, but. But he has always stood up for the right things, the right medicines, the right combinations of things, like ivermectin. That Anthony said was ineffectual. Said it was some kind of turd something for horses. And that ivermectin wasn't nothing. It was it was used for, some ailment on the backside of it. Ivermectin was and is very effective. He lied. At every turn, he lied. He should be brought to trial. Other people that did over here and over there, you should be chastised. If you made money off this deal, your bank accounts are out of here, and the money is going to go to feed the homeless. Honestly, here's homeless. Here's this. We're going to give them medical attention, all at your expense, you dumbass. And so hopefully, a friend of mine asked me the other day, How come the IR that he said he was going to abolish the IRS? Can we talk here? He's going to get rid of the IRS. How come Donald Trump is not getting rid of the IRS? He swore. Now, you MAGA people out there, he swore he was going to take care of the IRS. He's going to get rid of it. How come the IRS is still there? Have you been paying attention to some of these arrests lately? Hawkeye, what you talking about? Well, but the arrest, the Department of Transportation is there because this person was a something, and the Department of ATF is there. Well, how come? Well, because he was running drugs and guns. ATF got to be, they're there for the guns and stuff, and the drugs. And the FBI is there because of that. Okay, and so. And if you're listening, that back there in the background, that they're paying attention, and you ain't. You got to pay attention to all the little things, all the little bumps and grinds. What did he say? Listen. No. I mean, what did he say? If you can rewatch it, listen to what he said. He said this. Then somebody asked him a question, and then he said that. Short answer, right across the board, you missed it. You was looking at all the bangles and stuff, and you missed it. And it's not just the president, but it's many people who are talking and saying things right in front of you, and you missed it. Listening today to the new dedication of a facility in Louisiana to house the bad guys. Now, they kept asking the question, the reporters, listen, I'm pausing for drama. I've been in jail. I've been in lockup, So this reporter asked the gnome lady, right? Tell us what a day is like for the prisoners. Christy, no, I think. God bless you, sweetie. She looks at the reporter with this quizzical look on her face and goes, they're in prison. What do you mean? What is a day like for them? Have you been in a prison? Did anybody give you a tour of a prison? When they put you in prison, you're locked up. They lock you up in a small space. They give you a bunk, usually top and lower, right? They give you 2 bunks, sometimes 3 if they're crowded. They'll make it a triple. You got enough room between your bunk and the bars to not back into them when you get up to pee. And it is a stainless steel toilet attached to the wall. It's stainless steel. Now, you can bang on it and kick it all you want to. Stainless steel ain't coming off. Attached to the wall to piss in, dump in, and otherwise, relieve yourself. There is no seat cover. It's hard to get paper towels. If you push the button on the wall, it'll go whoosh, and it'll take whatever that was in there, suck it right down. If you drop something by accident and push that button, it's gone. You ain't gonna get it back. You can find somebody out on the street and maybe open up a a, a, a portal to the poop line. You ain't gonna get it. So, Christian, so the reporters are going like, well, how come they, what are they going to do? And she's like, they're prisoners. They're they're ferocious killer rapist prisoners. We're taking them off the streets. Many and most of them already have charges brought against them. They already have orders by judges for their deportation. They're already ready to be deported. And we just found them, picked them up off the street, and put them in this facility. And you want to know what their day's like? Oh, you could see the look on her face. And I don't know what happened to that reporter back there, but in listening to it, it was sort of like well, maybe I shouldn't ask that question. It's like, so as an ex-prisoner who's been in a couple of jails and prisons, if you have enough room to walk around in, and now you could, it wasn't far. It was maybe 10 feet. So at the end of the bunks, where the bunks were attached to the wall, that was also where the toilet was attached. Okay. So that person on the bottom bunk, if you wanted to, they would sleep with their head up to the wall, which also meant their head was next to the stainless steel toilet. But now if it's just you and another person, which is like standard operating procedure. Now sometimes they have the cell is a little bigger. Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention, you stupid reporter. Sometimes the cell is a little bigger, and there is a two-tier bunk right on this side and a two-tier bunk on this side, and there is a toilet in the middle, stainless steel. And at the top of that stainless steel toilet is a little tiny sink-looking thing that would be like the top of the toilet if you was at the house. But and there's a button there with a tiny little weird looking spout sticking out from the wall, stainless steel. And when you push that button, water comes out. And if you're lucky, you don't have to bend down like this to get a drink because of the bad water pressure. So now that is your fresh water. That's your water source. That's where you brush your teeth. And then where you brush your teeth, and then right just past that edge is where you take a dump. And so it's like, so sometimes there are two sets of bunks. And that means there are 4 people inside that cell unit, cell block. They call them cell blocks for a reason. It's blocked up now, and to make sure there is enough space, they will put bars on either end of the back side of the beds, right, of the bunk beds, steel bunk beds attached to the wall, attached to the bars, attached to the bars, bunk beds here, enough space to walk across. There's a toilet on the back wall with the sink, and the sink has a little button for the water to come out. They're all like that, lady. Every single prison anywhere in the world, almost, except out there in the desert places. In the United States, they have got these steel toilets in the cells with the little button and thing for the water and the tiny little sink at the top. A couple of weeks ago, they were bitching. One of the senator ladies or representatives were like, "Oh my God, the sink is attached to where the toilet is." Lady, I don't know how old you are, that I was in jail for a year in lockup in 1976 and 77. This was standard then. This is 2025. It's still standard operating procedure. So they were at Alligator Alcatraz, which they're trying to shut down because of environmental whatevers. Now, that it was an airstrip long ago. And I believe that one of the reasons that it was able to get picked up so quickly out there is because it had a sewer system. What? That runway out there, way out in the thing, and because it was used to bring troops in and transport and do things when they needed it, and it can still do that. It's still a runway, and they installed a sewer system at that airport. How could they build up any kind of prison down there in the swamp? Gotta have a sewer system. Now, where they're located down there, that sewer system is sitting right on top of the water. And so a lot of sewer in the system is going to require it to leach out, to drain. Now, if you're already sitting on top of the water, where is your leachette going to go? It's going to go in the ground and in the surroundings. So that means the effluent from all your pee and poop is going to finally, because it's a sewer system, septic system, that it's not adequate to take care of the prisoners. And because there are 4, I can't believe it, because there are 4 bunks, and between the cell blocks of two bunk beds, 4 people, cell block. So the walls to the cell block are chain link fence type material. Now, and it's open. So they've got several of these blocks linked together. Now they're linked together, not hurriedly per se. And people are like, well, why are they linked together like that? How come? Listen, honey, where I was locked up, there were concrete blocks between the cells. There was zero air circulation. We like to fried or froze, as the case may be. Thank God we was in Florida, but in the wintertime, it got freaking cold. And we didn't get blankies. We were prisoners. Now, here are these prisoners. Now, having seen pictures and watched and all, I'm like, from a prisoner's point of view, I'm like, it looks like they got it pretty good. Dave, what are you talking about? Well, they're not crowded. There are 4 prisoners to a block, which is standard. There's only 4 of you that can fight or kill each other, right? I was in a cell block where there were 18 people, okay? And there was only supposed to be 16, all right? 2 people had to sleep on the floor. One of them was me. And, it was either, well, your head ended up close to the toilet. And somebody had to pee or shit in the middle of the night. Either you had to move. That was all there is to it. So, and there were so many people in the cell block that they were agitated all the time. And they were poking at one another all the time. And there was always tension in every single one of the cell blocks. Now, that was 18 people in one. On one floor, on one wing, there was 1, 2, 3. There were 6 cell blocks with 18 people crammed in and only enough sleeping for 16. Two toilets. That's nice. A day room side and a bunk side. So at night you couldn't sleep in the day room. They closed it off. You had to stay in an even smaller area until they let you out into the day room. So I'm watching these prisoners, and it's like, so there are 4 prisoners in a cell block. There is this a nice looking fence or wall, not chain link. It wasn't chain. It looked more like bars, but it was still and so, and then there was the next one. So there's 4 here, 4 here. The wall between them is a fence. Okay, it's open. Oh, well, they don't have any privacy. Listen, there's 8 in this spot. They've got more space than we did. They have their own bunks. They have their own toilet. Also, which you're not paying attention to, is that in Florida it's hotter than fudge almost all the time. It's muggy as a son of a bitch. And so they're in some really nice shorts, which I'm in a pair right now, and air conditioning. And why is this thing made out of fence, sort of? For circulation. With air conditioners that I saw with my own 2 eyes in the commercials for Alligator Rally, and I'm like, they got refrigeration units in there to keep the convicts cool. We had no air conditioner whatsoever. Get 18 people in a concrete spot. I'm sorry, some of them black folks stunk. Okay, and and we're in there, and it's hot in the middle of summertime. Tempers are high. Little fights break out. It's always a punch. And some of these folks are like laying on their bunks reading. It's nice and cool. Air conditioners on. And you go, I don't know what's wrong. These people at Alligator Alley, they're being mistreated. And the guy's leaning on his bunk reading like this, going like, what's up, Jack? Now, it's not all the comforts of home. But they're in prison. This guy got picked up for raping a child. Good. He should be in the solitaire in the concrete block section where I was at, where there are other prisons. So they don't have a concrete single place for to put the really bad ones. They put them together. Here, you two bad guys are going to bunk here, and you two bad guys are going to bunk over here. And because we're using this fence type device stuff, we can see you all the time. You don't get to hide in your little cubicle and do whatever you're going to do and make us come by and look in your window, which is what solitary confinement really is. So now you're in solitary confinement in front of everybody. You can't get to nothing. You are by yourself. You are contained in your own unit. You are being forced to do something over here where everybody else is over yonder. So you are being solitarily confined for your deeds. But you're not in a concrete cell with one light overhead. And when they shut the door, bang. So these liberals are complaining that these heathenistic, barbaric sons of bitches who have killed, maimed, raped, and all and everything, who don't deserve to go back anywhere, they need to be shoved out of the back of an airplane. And not necessarily over the ocean, just shoved out the back of one of them C-numbered aircraft. Who's this? X. I love solitary confinement. What? In Virginia jail, they had to let me out 3 days later. Hell, I had moonbunk, got several of the same, served the same food, and they gave me a book anytime I wanted one. Kind of, yeah. Oh, I thought that the jail's library, if you wanted a book or something, they'd find somebody and go out and buy it, and they'd have it. It would run twice a week where I was at. But you're absolutely right. Now, I didn't get solitary like solitary. Um, my solitary was actually, it was lovely. It was lovely. You know, there were two bunks. Um, and a toilet. Um, and we had access. There were two of us in the cell here, two of them in a cell right here, and two in a cell over here. So there were six of us in this area. We had a common area, okay? It was a stainless steel little picnic table where we could eat, play cards, right, whatever, right? And so that was in the day, in the middle there. But we had our own little lockup. So each one had, it was a 2-bunk toilet, lockup. 2-bunk toilet lockup, 2-bunk toilet lockup. And that was moderate solitary. Solitary. So, and for us, it was like, I was there as a trustee, and it for those cells and how we had our man, we were the kings. Do you hear me? The Because we knew the jailers and I'd been there for a year and we could get almost any damn thing we wanted. We didn't really need anything because down in I was in charge of the kitchen. I could get you any goddamn thing you wanted. you know, you wanted a side of beef? Okay, come on, let's go in the cooler. I could get you anything you wanted. Could make you any dish you wanted to eat. I was in charge of the stock room and and the freezers, and I had the keys. You couldn't get in unless you come through me. So, and Sergeant Castleberry was my buddy. And on Sundays, I fried him up sweet potatoes, sliced them up, and then get them lightly toasted brown, and then sprinkle just a little bit of sugar on top, and eat the shit out of some bitches. Me too, me too. I'd make a great big old plate of them every Sunday. I knew when he was coming in from church. I'd have the grease on, you know, be standing there, and I'd be the only one in the kitchen because on Sundays, Fridays, and Saturdays, we busted ass so that we could take Sunday off. So we had meals prepared. We had huge pots of potatoes peeled and ready to go. We had, other stews and stuff ready to go. Huge steamers that were sitting on simmer from Saturday afternoon after we got done serving supper. So we had supper on simmer. Lunch was sitting on simmer, at 11 o'clock the night before. Um, and so everything was ready. So yeah, we had to serve it, but that was it. And cleanup was we'd just stack it up and do it on Monday, so we could have Sunday off. So I'd be standing in the kitchen by myself, is what I mean. Had the kitchen to myself, frying up sweet potato, and eating them with Sergeant Castleberry. But I still had to go to lockup. No matter what I did as a trustee, I still had to go back up to lockup. I didn't get no other favors. I still had to go back up to lockup. I might have had a little bit of roam around in the kitchen on second floor. I couldn't leave the floor. I couldn't leave the kitchen. I could go down the hall a little ways, but then that guard at the end of the hall was going to make me come back. So, but I could stay in the kitchen and I could stay in the stock room, which was cool. So, but it wasn't like you could go outside. So I had more freedom than most folks in jail, but I was still in jail. When I got done with kitchen duties, they put me back up in lockup. So it wasn't like well, I did get privileges, but they weren't much. Like what, get an extra phone call? You had to have money to make the phone call. So, or somebody on the other line would accept the phone call. Them voices from jail. Will you accept a collect call from a Mr. What? Come on, answer the phone, man. This is Jim, man. Answer the phone. Anyway, so prison is prison. So for that lady this morning in Louisiana, you could see all of them officers from Louisiana now, you know what I mean? And they're like, oh man, what a dumbass broad. They're like, oh, come on. She did not ask that question. And it was like, you're not gonna do that, and she's like, this is a prison. So these liberals these days should go to a fucking jail. They should go down to the county jail. Guess what? Stainless steel toilets. There are bars. Oh my God, there's three walls and a door. Oh my God, they got the peephole to look out. And there's four of them crammed in there. Yeah, don't look. There are four people in that yeah, don't look. We actually added two more. There's six people in there. What? Yeah, don't look. Yeah, that happens too. What'd you say, X? So anyway, my husband's cousin was cooking in the kitchen and doing a commentary, and he was doing his time downstairs for me. New Year's Eve was one hell of a party in that jail. Oh, yeah? Well, I can tell you that I learned how to make jailhouse wine while I was in there. Now, I listened to that 300-pound black man who loved me and who used to, lie awake at night looking at me in my bunk. Victor. But Victor stood up for me, and he was a powerful nigga. And he stood up for this old white boy. But I kind of stood up for Victor too. Victor got whatever he freaking wanted. If Victor said change the channel, you change the channel. There was one guy that said, "But Victor, I ain't changing no goddamn." Smack! That boy was up against the wall going, it was funny, but it wasn't. When Victor said, hey, you, he was up and running, buddy. But everybody knew not to mess with Victor. And the fact that Victor kind of picked this little old white boy as his project to protect. Now, I did my job. And when I was in the kitchen working potatoes and other vegetables, I got really good with this really big knife. And in prison, I copped an attitude, especially when I had a really big knife. And especially when Hawkeye, David Null, was in good favors with the sergeant of the kitchen, Sergeant Castleberry, because I knew how to make his sweet potatoes just right. You didn't fuck with me. No. And I can remember a couple of times we had folks that were there for 6 months, and they would be on the line, and they would be on a detail that would serve food on one of the floors. There's one guy, I can see him in my head. He was about 6'3" and kind of goofy, and you couldn't have a beard, but he'd get scruffy on the sides, and he would just barely put his shoes on, and he would scuffle along as he walked, and he would push the dinner cart down the thing. Dinner cart, second floor, and the gate would open at the other end of the hall, and he'd go through and dinner cart, and they'd let him down. You know, there was a hallway for one, two, three, four. First, there was a hallway, and there were three doors on either side. But behind those doors were 18 people on both sides, all the way down. So there was a day room and a night room for each one of those doors. Everything was behind concrete block. And so when it came time to eat, the carts would go down, beat on the door. The folks on the inside, they would feed up, slide the tray in, take it or leave it. What is this shit? Take it or leave it. Okay. So they'd go down one side, put the trays in. The folks, whoever they were in there, got to eat. Now, we served some good meals. We honestly did. And we didn't spit in it or nothing like that. Now, the guys that served it might have spit in it, but we didn't. So these folks would go down with the food cart and they'd go down one side feeding up. And then they would come back up the other side feeding up. And then, because they would be back at the start again, they would start collecting trays because that was all the time you got to eat. And there was a guard there, and if you didn't put your tray back, they'd go in there and whoop your ass. Or they would take you down to even more worser conditions, right? So you put your tray back in, they collected the trays, the next one down. 3 meals a day, that's how it went. So, but I remember this guy had a big, goofy mustache. He sort of reminded me of who was it that played? It was the original Odd Couple, and he was the sports guy, you know. But so anyway, remind me of him. He was a nice guy, and we play cards, you know. He could win some cards now. So now there were things that we used to do. So like on a Friday, for example, because most of the Saturday and Sunday there were that's when visitors came. So the folks that mop and clean the floors, they didn't mop and clean the floors unless needed on the weekends. So they got to sit in their cells, population. So different sets of prisoners, trustees, would work in different shifts. Now, these folks knew each other, bumping around, and some of the guys are mopping the floor, and some guys are serving food. And hey, you know, let's play cards. Well, you know, waiting for the food to get done, they done with the mopping, so they sit around and play some cards. Well, on Friday, if folks were good, there was this guy they called Red, and he was a black gentleman, and he was part Indian, and he was Cajun, true and true. But how do you didn't mess with him? He was true. But he cut you. He would cut you with his finger. He would cut you. He was a Cajun beyond Cajun, and he was one of the cooks. Man, he was my buddy too. He looked out after me, and so he's the one that taught me how to do nutmeg. Boy, howdy. When you're in jail and you need a high, holy mackerel. Lord have mercy. I can still feel the floor moving as I discuss it, you know. Holy mackerel, Andy. So on Fridays, though, if we could get, we would sneak when we was cooking, we would sneak out a little extra spice and dump some on the side of the table while we was cooking. And Victor was good at it, you know. So, you know, Victor he'd be making some, you know, cinnamon buns or something, you know, and there he'd go over to the, to the herb cabinet, and the sergeant check it out. You know, I need some of this and need some of this for cooking. Okie doke, off he go. He'd do his thing and he'd have his stuff, and there'd be the herbs sitting on the table there, and I'd be in the kitchen too. Just I'd be over there in the kitchen, and he'd be over here in the kitchen. So he'd give me that wink, wink, nod, nod. I knew he had just gone in to Castleberry to get the herbs. So I would just swiggle, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle behind the cooks and in next to the ovens, and just wiggle, wiggle, walk past Victor, and other folks would be between Castleberry and where he'd be working, and so Victor would pick up, he'd fill some and pick that up, and then move it slowly and over to his right hand side and put it on that side of the table. And so when I got to that end of the table, I would be picking up stuff and doing kitchen details, and I would grab it then and work it around and go past the front of the steamer. See, I remember how this goes. We'll go in front of the steamers and wave at Castleberry, and then go in, and I was king of the stockroom. So then I would take my contraband, our collective contraband, into the stockroom, and then I'd put it up. And then Victor would get done with what he's doing, and he'd take the herbies back to Castleberry, and Castleberry never measured. He'd look in there and go, "Yeah, that's about right," you know, and we'd all show it. Say, "See, look here, look in here. Do you know? See what's in there? Yeah, okay." And so, but when we showed him what was in there was a false bottom on the bottom. You know, there was something else on the bottom pushing that up because we had taken that much out, and we had to replace that much with something. So, you know, put a little rag in there and then dump it out, put a little something in there, and then cover it back over with the herb and see, Sarge, there you go, you know. And we were the ones that got the herbs out the next time. So when we got the herbs, we just dump them out and pull the rag out, you know. So nobody knew what we were doing. And that's how I made hooch. So we convinced Sarge to get great big containers because they was always needing scoops of beans and different things, right? So we had huge garbage cans, and you know we'd get 75 pounds of black eyed peas in, and we'd tear them open and shove them, you know, and put them in the garbage cans. We'd get something else, you open it up, dump them in, and so we had several of them. Well, when it came time to make some hooch, I'd made some hooch and put it up in the top in the back, and it not really very, you know. I took some other cans down, and I did a little fake thing. You looked up there, you couldn't see it, but after 3 days of cooking, you can smell that yeast. You can smell that wine cooking up. You know, it's like, oh no, and that's when they catch you. So it's like had to figure out a better way. So I devised a simple solution. Rice was one of the things that we had. We'd have 500 pounds of rice in there at any one time because we're feeding 625 people 3 times a meal, 3 meals a day, times 7, times forever. So, but anyway, me and little Jojo, a little Mexican dude, we'd pour out, we'd get pots out there in the kitchen, right? And we would take all the rice out, pour it in first. See, Corporal, there we got the rice in there. See, stick your hand out. Yep. Then we, when they were going out of there and everybody was smiling, we'd take it out with a pan all the way down to the bottom. And I'd take my gallon can of hooch and I'd cover it with a rag and I'd stir the yeast up good, and make sure it was bubbling good and put it center in that can and then start packing the rice all the way around it, all the way back up to the top. So the rice absorbed the smell of the yeast and of the wine cooking off. And when they came in, somebody said, "Man, somebody said you was cooking wine in here." And I'd like, "Come on in." So they'd stick their arm down in the rice about this far and go, "Don't feel nothing in there." And I go, "No, you ain't got nothing in there." I go, "Check back up in the back. If somebody said I'm cooking, then somebody must have put something in here to get me busted." Because they'd pull me up out of the bunk. And so I'd be standing there, and half asleep, looking around. "Sarge, you need to check up there behind them things. They might have put it up there." "No, you didn't do it, did you?" "I swear to God, no." I'm if you find some up there, coach, it ain't mine. And if in my head I'm finishing the sentence because mine's cooking off in this garbage can that I'm sitting on. I got the lid on it because they've already checked it. And I'm sitting on the lid, waiting on them to see if somebody's cooking wine in my stock room. So, you know, they find this little piece of something, and it's like, and they was like, "What's this?" And I was like, "Come on, Corporal. Do you think that's mine? I don't know who's trying to set me up, but I can do better than that." you know, if you're going to catch me with something, that ain't mine. I'm sorry. I can't, I can't admit to that. No, God, no, that's for shit. I do much, but you should see my stuff in the garbage can over here. We've got two cans that are cooking off at the same time, and you motherfuckers don't know a thing. You got the wrong one that's up there. Me and little Joe be sitting there just laughing our ass off. And then they'd say, "Okay, all right, everybody, all right." And I mean, they'd have the dogs out and everything and fooled them every time. If I had to have spent if I if my sentence would have been longer, thank you, it wasn't, because I was facing 20 years. If my sentence had been longer, because when I served that year, that's it. I don't go back. Um, I'm in the year that I served. It was that I served 20 years. Time served year in Florida meant that the 20 years I was facing, I served that 1 year satisfied. That's where I'm looking for. That 1 year satisfied the 20-year sentence that was given to me. Okay. And then after that, my probation was sent back to Georgia. What did I see over here on the corner? Oh, nutmeg. Oh God, yes. Nutmeg. You wanna hide? Man, I'll tell you what, you can see some spirits when you take nutmeg. In fact, there are some people who believe that if you take nutmeg and get high, that there are spirits who will comfort you. And I can't say that it's not true. I, I've taken nutmeg several times, and mostly in jail. I tried it one time out of jail, and it was not the same. Um, and but anyway, yeah. So nutmeg for somebody who's never gotten high or anything, you take a spoonful of nutmeg. You can buy it in any damn store, with Walmart or whatever. And it's best to get in your system if you mix it in something warm. So if you drink coffee, heat it up good, and either you mix it in the coffee or tea. I didn't drink coffee at the time, so I had tea bags that I made my own tea because I was in charge of the stock room and I could do what the fuck I wanted. So um, I would make my tea and put it in jugs inside the stock room, and if I wanted hot tea, mine was mostly warm. I could go over and put it on the oven for a minute in its stainless steel thing, and have to grab it with a rag though. When you come back, it'd be steaming hot in just a minute or two. We didn't have no microwaves back then. I'm trying to think if they made the microwave right then. They might have had them in a 7-Eleven, but even microwaves was like not a big deal. We passed another 20 and I didn't even. I've been here almost 5 hours. Son of a gun. So anyway, as an ex-prisoner who served time, who's been on the line, you know, have been roughed up by the guards, thrown into the back of a patrol car, when I had short hair, you know, and and looked corporate. Um, but when the other side says you're under arrest, don't resist. If they say you are under arrest, go with it. Do not resist. Stand up straight. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. What would you like me to do? Where would you like me to go? Would you like me to sit in the car over there? Uh, you absolutely, you. And that black lady that was in the red thing, that was in the parking lot, shoving and pushing on that guard, oh, she needs to do time. I'm sorry. As an ex prisoner, that lady needs to do time. She needs to learn what it means to get shoved. She needs to go in with a, and she needs to go in the cell block with some real sisters, not some fake sisters. No, I'm talking about some real sisters. I'm with you, X. I'll light this back up. Yeah. Now, see, at the moment, I've been on here 4.5 hours. It does not seem that long. Now, in my chatting and doing, I am always emitting my consciousness to the ether. As I tell my stories and relate them, I'm reliving what's going on and I'm pushing energies around and I'm trying to make sure that y'all can get a decent picture of what I'm talking about, you know. But in so doing, I realize also is that I'm interacting with the quantum field. And I don't know how you all pick it up. All right. All I know is how I push the energy out. So for the last 4.5 hours, I've been talking about this stuff. But it is here at the end of it, if somebody drops in, it's a serious thing. There are one or two people will make decisions for a bunch of us. And that's got to stop. Now, Trump's doing it. He's sending troops into D.C., he's sending troops into Chicago next. Oh, he's turning, posse comitatus and is like, no, listen here. Now, I've gotten older. I have watched what's going on. Hey, John, you want to do one too? I was born under a wandering star. A wandering star? Or W.A. wandering star? Just checking. A wandering star is like, how wonderful the star. A wandering star is one that's moving around and going places. So, which one is it? I love wordplay. But so, what I'm learning in my old age is that, sometimes shit just don't matter. David, what did. There's a frog went up. David, what did you just mean? Well, and I'm going to pick on Chloe if she's still here. Take your medicine. Take your medicine. It's the top of the hour. And I'll be like, yeah, okay. I know, and I know I'm going to take it. And I think I've taken it every time. Because I know I got to take it. I got to keep my ticker will go off, and I got to have some of these meds. It, oh, and earlier today, like just before I started yapping with y'all, and by the way, it's been a nice yap. Um, my blood pressure was 90 over 58, and I did it 3 times, and it was about the same each time. 90 over 58. That's really low. So the fact that I'm sitting here talking to you early morning, oh, look, I can see light in the east. All right, boys, there's light in the east. It's time to call it quits. Um, but if I'm sitting here yapping with y'all, that means I'm still breathing, and that means that my my low blood pressure, I'm still kicking. Ah, it might, I mean, it might be 90 over 50, but, I must still be alive. I'm talking to you. But see, now with that said, and how I believe that our consciousness is so much, I mean, it is me or it is you. It is. Well, yeah, but no, no, no. But but the connection to the cosmic goo, um, because it always is, and it always was, and it always will be forever and ever. Amen. Part of a prayer, one of them Catholic prayers. Can't remember which one. I remember a lot of the tail end of prayers. I can't remember the beginning, but I remember how they end. That is so weird. But so um, that it distracts me again. I'm going to have another hit. It's early in the morning, uh, and for such a nasty subject. So there are folks over there in the Ukraine and places that are being killed. Now, some of them need to be killed. Okay. And you go, Dave, what are you talking about? Well, I know that there are ET factions over there that Dante has showed us over the years. And, a Vlash nest, um, don't know what they're doing, but he mentioned years ago that there was a nest and that it needed cleaned out. And then the war started. It's like, so from what I understand and what I pick up in the quantum and what I read in the newspapers and watch on TV, I'm like, my conclusion is from my observations is that they're still trying to get them nasty bastards out of that particular area uh, around Kiev and and another town over there, a couple of other towns. But so the fact that and one of the things that was on the news today was they had they had finally determined there was a rocket that went exploded in Poland, and they were trying to say that it was the Russians trying to start a war with Poland, trying to drag them in. And when they found the bomb fragments and everything, it was like it came from the Ukraine. So the Ukraine is trying to do a false flag by sending rockets and killing people, innocent people in Poland. And it's like, yep, I got coffee here. Is well, I drink cold coffee all the time. Here, cheers. Here, you couldn't hear that. There, did you hear that? Okay, cheers. So there's an old couple that got killed due to the rocket coming in. They found out where the rocket came, whose rocket it was. I'm not sure if they found out where it came from specifically, but they found out whose the rocket was, and they figured out approximately where the thing had come in because of the trajectory. There's so much smart stuff these days. You can't get away with nothing. So, whoever's trying to start a something, it ain't a working. Now, did they have to bomb or rocket that silo where them two people were killed? Were they the enemy? Maybe, but they were in Poland. That were they the enemy? I mean, well, they tried to start a false flag, but yeah, but were those two people the enemy? And did they know something? And it's somewhere along the line, somebody said we got to take care of them two. Bing, bunk. Oops, that bomb went off in Poland. Yeah, and then two people died. Yeah, and it took out a grain silo. I think they said, what was in the grain silo? Why specifically a grain silo? Curious people just are curious and want to know. And maybe it was a truly showing up accident. Either way, a rocket, bomb went up, 2 people killed. 2 people killed. Okay. That means folks are, that means somebody somewhere pushed a button. Don't know who it was. It might have been, it might have been the little folk who just got a bad batch of Braunschweiger. And they'd had enough beer at the local festival and they'd throwed up all over the place and they went, son the bitches, and hit the button. Maybe. And that rocket killed 2 people that took out a grain silo to start a war in Poland. Now, so this kind of stuff's going on. The rockets are going off. I see where they have exploded. I have not been in any kind of war-torn area at all. I have been in war-torn carnage after hurricanes. You know, Hurricane Helene went over the house. So did that Michael one that came through, the tornado that went right over my house and took out my neighbor's barn for the second time. I mean, talk about scary and carnage. We wake up the next day and there are trees across the road. I can't get across. I can't get out my own driveway. Is that it's is that carnage? I mean, there are trees on people's houses, and there aren't the kind of houses or buildings around here like I see in the countryside of the Ukraine. So, but I do see, you know, the sides of buildings and the roofs off, you know, and I'm like, that could have been a hurricane. It was a bomb, but it could have been a hurricane. Around here, you see something like that, tornado went through. And we're all like, man, the side of that building's gone. Yeah, damn tornado. Yeah, that got anybody hurt? No. We was all at church that day, but when that tornado went through and it tore off the side of the house, and it did. And you can see the carnage stretched all over the farm, you know. There's a sink up there in the oak tree, you know, and half of the oak tree's missing where the tornado went through. You should see our backyard. All them giant oak trees that are down on the river. Oh my God, if you could see the carnage. So have I seen carnage? Yes. Has it been rockets and bombs? No. Has it been 120 and 30-mile-an-hour winds for hours? And things flying through the air and maybe sometimes hitting you. I mean, you got to hunker down. You don't know if something's going to break off. Had a limb break off, you know, during Michael, and there's limbs coming down. I had a limb hit me when I was outside and knocked me to the ground. Have I been hit with a missile or any kind of stuff? No. But I have absolutely been hit with tree limbs and stuff. Knocked me out. I have been in the wind and I have held on for dear life in, you know, in severe storms and weather. Was I being shot at by the enemy? No. I have not been in that. But I have been in what nature has thrown, and thrown real hard several times. I'm an old man and I have lived in Florida where there was hurricanes, bad ones, tore shit up every time. Moved to Georgia, thought I was going to get away from it. There are more hurricanes up here than there was down there. Being in the Panhandle and coming up through Tallahassee, oh damn it, man! but I wouldn't move. And I know we get bad weather sometimes. And, that hurricane that went through Helene that tore on up through the Carolinas and all, the eye of that storm was 40 miles from my house. Well, you don't know what it's like. Hell, the the eye of the storm for Helene was 40 miles that way. Yeah, but you don't. Did you hear me? The eye of the hurricane was 40 miles from where I'd be sitting. And in that distance of 40 miles, there were winds that topped 150 mile an hour. And that's when limbs went flying through. That's when trees went down all around here. But the worst of it went over by Valdosta. And the worst of it went north, all the way to the Carolinas. But it came through here first. And the eye of the hurricane from where I am sitting was actually less than 40 miles. But I'm trying not to cheat. When Michael went over, the eye of the hurricane went over here and could see blue skies for a couple of minutes and then it hit again. I've been in the eye of a hurricane before. It's not a lot of wind. No, it's calm. It's like, woo, look at that. You know, um, but it's the other side of that eye that comes in at 170 mile an hour. So, but anyway, I'm really high. And has it been 5 hours yet? Oh, 4 hours and 56 minutes. I got 4 more minutes to break 5 hours. So let's have a 20 and have some coffee. The sun's coming up in South Georgia. Um, I still have a sign outside that says the Little Oclockney River uh, Hermitage. And it's at the top of the driveway. And it is what it is, and it means what it means. And if anybody needs a place to come and air out, come and let the spirit refresh their bodies, you need a place you just want to hang out, you want to build a fire, you want to smoke a bowl, you want to just set up someplace and listen to the quiet. We got some nice places around here. So my offer with the sign at the top of the driveway, the Little Oclockney River Hermitage. Stop on by. And in the meantime, when I start things in the middle of the night, I will have conversations with y'all and stupid things to think and discuss. But how many does it take to do some kilting? They took out them two people in Poland with a rocket. All it took was somebody to push a button. Now it had to be aimed and all that, and don't know who all was involved with that, but how many people did it take to kill them peoples? All it took was that somebody pushed the button. What does that say? What? Oh crap. Wait, a few years ago, hey, I'm gonna read this. I was sitting there. This is my channel. I can do what I want, but I'm not trying to be rude. I really do want to see what you said. And it's hard to see on my cell phone. A few years ago, a storm moved into Dallas. Oh yeah, and it was that when Dallas flooded so bad. You in Fort Worth, and it only destroyed 4 Baptist churches. Oh God, I shouldn't laugh at that. It only took the Baptist churches. We caught hurricane in Orlando. Let's make what? Oh, let's make burritos. I don't know if I could eat a burrito. I ain't got no teeth. And I got me an ice cream out of the refrigerator this evening before I came online because I just wanted an ice cream, you know. It's got nuts on top, sprinkles. I took it out of its package and looked at it so nice and neat. And I was like, now, how do I bite into that thing? I don't know if anybody was watching, but I gummed the hell out of the top of that ice cream cone. Do you hear me? I was like, I couldn't get a grip on that son bitch for nothing. And I mean, then I started getting the taste of ice cream. And then I was like, oh, that vanilla is pretty good, but I can't chew the nuts. Well, I just swallow them, right? So I'm going through this as I am trying to gum the hell out of the top of this ice cream cone. Pitiful. Had to go to the side and had to I had to use a twisting motion with as I was closing my jaws. It was not pretty. But do you see an ice cream cone anywhere around me? I got it. I etched it. And I didn't have it all over me neither. And I love them kind of ice cream cones. I love the outside. I love the wrap, you know. And so I got to the ice cream, and I'm licking, and I got me a chunk of ice cream, and then I got my gums because I ain't got nothing else. I got my gums on that nice sweet wrap, and realized I didn't have a chance in hell. I didn't have a chance in hell of taking a bite. Holy mackerel. But I went across the top of that ice cream cone. It just looked like something went by my camera right there. I swear there have been things that have been around the house or something in here. I mean, just like, yeah, there's the seeing stuff out of the corner of your eye, but this stuff has been like, ain't no corners. It's like, they're flying out in front of me. And I'm like, what the hell was that? Now I have my cataracts removed and I'm blinking, I'm like, nah, that ain't cataract. Whatever that was, you know, I've been watching too much Skinwalker Ranch, where them poor folks have been seeing them things skittering around them and such. And I'm like, I was watching one episode, and they were all look at that one, look at that right there, and they missed one on the right side of the screen that went, and I was like, uh, I never heard later on if they picked up that one, but y'all missed a huge one by looking over there. That was weird. Anyway, but I have seen a bunch of stuff here recently, and let's see, this is Thursday, right? So this, yeah, tomorrow Brad gets operated on. So this is Thursday. So last Thursday, all right. Um, it was last Tuesday. I'm gonna have to look at the calendar and try to remember the date. We had a that solar storm that came in, and there was also a the whole eastern United States got smacked with some kind of energy from outside the universe. Really hard, we got smacked, and I felt it before I knew where it came from. I was like, man, I got smacked that day. And something has changed with me, and I do not know what. Now, we have been told, and I was going to inadvertently say taught, which subconsciously is probably right. Um, we have been told, some of us, that the cosmic energy at one day in the future was going to come, and there was going to be an energy pulse that was going to come from the center of the galaxy that was going to come at us like gangbusters, and there was no way that we were going to be able to avoid it, and it was going to hit the earth, and it was going to affect everybody, and there was nothing we could do about it. And last Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday, we got hit with that thing, and the whole eastern United States, not the whole, not the whole United States, just it just came in and we was part of it. I felt something before I knew what it was. I went back to find out what it was because I was like, man, I feel different. So don't I still don't know what it was. I still don't know if it. I feel different somehow, and I dog don't know how. All I know is that I got hit with some energy last week. I had another blow with fluctuating potassium and water and so forth, and retaining water and having too much and having to go to the hospital and another one of them, another teaching event. And me personally, I want to get out there and do something. But the way my heart hurts, it 10 steps, I'm out of breath. I'm like looking for a place to sit down, and my back hurts. I can kind of go through that, but the no breathing thing, and it's not just my lungs now. I got a pretty good set of lungs, but when that heart doesn't want to work all the way, and as much as I'm trying, and as much as I'm thinking that way, when that because my heart is it's only pulling on one side at 40%, actually 60. It's 60%. It's that there's 40% of not working, and it's because of lining around the valves. So when the valve closes, it leaks around the edge, so it pumps not enough. So when I go to do something that requires a little extra going, then my heart still pushes out, trying to keep up, but there's still that 40% that's leaking around the edges. So, as much as I want to try, and as much as I can think positive thoughts, when that 40% don't want to freaking work, tough shit. Tough shit. All bets are off. You're out of there. And I'm like, but wait a minute now. I still want to go and do something tough shit, buddy. You're 40%. You've hit your max. That's it. And I mean, I could be walking across the floor just to go outside and it be enough. And that's what pisses me off. So 5 hours ago now, oh my God, it has been 5 hours and 10 minutes. I took my blood pressure and it was 90 over 62 or something like that. It was really low, really low. And then I did one, it was like 89 over 48. And I was like, I'm still breathing. So I asked the doctor the last time I saw him, I said, I have always meditated even when I was 17 years old, and I'm 70, almost 73 now. And I watch programs where they put the monks in the space, and the monks, you know, controlled their heart and brought their heart rate down and everything. And then they went in 2 hours later and they got up and walked away, and and it's like, wow. So I've been of the mindset that, to be that way, to slow the heart rate and try to keep the heart rate as slow as possible, even during, duress or hard energy. And he was like, you're right. And I said, well, can your heart rate get too slow? And he looked at me and gave me a little punch in the chest and he goes, when you die. So right now, my heart rate is really slow. And, you know, here, I'll do my blood pressure at the end of this. 20. Oh, it is. It's almost a 20 for real. Now, at the end of this is when I should, talk about how many does it take to be killed when the subject should be flipped, sort of. When there are folks out there that want to see you killed, how can you avoid it? That is the topic now. Flipping this around after 5 hours and 13 minutes. Um, First, I was talking about um, moms who can't, as much as they want to, be the true observer for their children, especially their children with autism. They love them too much. And there's too much guilt, and they swear they don't, but there is. So, in this idea of survival, you have to get a certain mindset. Now, I see out there watching some of these folks, and they're preppers. And they've got stuff, and they got the newest stuff, and they got some other stuff over here. But when the hurricane comes and wipes all that shit away, and they're sitting on the foundation looking around going, And there's a 2x4 over there, and there's a, I don't know, there's a piece of tarp that came in from, that ain't my tarp. Whose tarp is that? Don't know. Um, Golly, what is that? That's somebody's shed in our backyard. And what is that laying in our swimming pool? Our house is gone. Good Lord, thank you, that we're safe here. Um, but whose house is that in our swimming pool? So there's nothing that prepares you for that. I mean, seriously. So, um, growing up in Tampa, and it might have been three houses down, okay, on 15th Street in Tampa, out past Fowler and just before Fletcher on 15th Street, staying with the Stankos, okay, got to get up and go to Most Holy Redeemer. We all we get in the carry-all. It's storming. There's leaves going sideways. It looks like a scene out of the Wicked Witch of the West. Um, the air is gray in a really weird way. It was like fog, but not. But everything was this dull gray. And we heard this ooh noise, and we got shook. And then we got in the car, in the carry-all, and backed out of the driveway and onto 15th Street. And the storm was just, couldn't see anything. There was just this cloud in front of us, this dark, angry, gray cloud in front of us, all the way across the street and to the neighbors and everything. And Irene's creeping up in the carry-on and was, what is this in the storm? And I'm like, we need to get back in the house. There ain't nobody coming going to school in this mess. I don't know how old I was. 11, maybe 12. She's creeping forward real slow, and all of a sudden, it changes in front of us. And the dark cloud is gone, but it's still gray outside. There's still leaves kind of, just kind of floating around now rather than going, woo. And so she pulls forward a little bit and runs over some debris. Look out the carry-all window, and we're going this way. I'm on the right hand side, looking out the window, looking down, and there's all kinds of debris on the pavement. And I look to my right and look up, and there's nothing there. There are no houses. There's nothing. It's all gone. This was in Tampa in the early 60s. And Iveen pulls up for, we're in a carry-all, right? Because of the carnival business. And she's going forward and the wind's blowing. It's still really dark outside, but it ain't near as dark as this tornado cut a quarter-mile swath of destruction all the way across the state of Florida. And it just so happened to go 3 doors down from where the Stankos lived and where I was staying at the time. We had driven through the twister debris minutes after the thing went by our house, our our neighborhood, through our neighborhood. You talk about like the doing the pee pee poo poo thing, because it it was devastating. It took out everything. I mean, the only thing it left behind was chewed up stuff, and I mean chewed up stuff. You could, oh well, there's a picture frame, and well, that's obvious a 2x4, but and we don't know what it's attached to, but it's a 2x4. We'll grant you that. It took out the Skyway Drive-In. It took out all kinds of stuff, and its swath across where we were. But at the time, that end of Tampa was not built up very much, and where it hopped and skipped through the neighborhoods, wiped them out, was very rural, and it was early in the morning where people were going to work, and so a lot of people had just missed the storm because they went to work or went to school, because we were on the way to school and it went by. you know so cheers to the people who survived that son bitch. I ain't lying. It was huge how wide it was. And I'm telling you, man, it didn't leave nothing behind except chewed up stuff. So, and that was when I was going to Most Holy Redeemer. And so, I can't help but think back, right? But the idea, though, that I have been through some storms now, the ones here with the tornadoes go, and people say, well, they didn't go over your house. Yeah, because I'm at the bottom of the hill. The way it has worked, the tornado tore up a backyard and all them oak trees back yonder down along the river, ate them up, and then when it got done, it lost a little bit and bounced over me. Could hear it over there, and then hit the neighbors because it's higher up the hill, and it always hits us. Tornadoes always hit the south side of that hill up there for some reason, because it's done it twice. And I've seen dust devils up there, working around up there on the hill. But um, you know, made it through it all. Still here. Got good neighbors over there. Um, Ricky came by and we had a 420 yesterday together, and um, remarked about how good the weather is. And if the weather will stay this way, being outside in it is great. So, been listening to the weather. A lot of folks want to say, "Oh, we're going in." No, I do think we're going into a solar minimum. I think that's what BP said, and also the the observer guy with the sun in the morning, who always puts one out. So we are doing that. The pole flip thing, God, they've been talking about that for years, and I believe it when I see it. I mean, okay, well, there's gonna be a pole, okay, and it's gonna be like, okay, when I see it, I'll believe it. I'm sorry, because for many years they tried to convince everybody that the whole Earth was going to flip upside down. It could happen, but you have no idea the force behind what's something needs to be done. Oh, what if 13 Atlas coming in changes directory and wants to use the Earth like a cue ball and just and boom right and booms into us, hits us on purpose to knock us into some other trajectory? That'd be weird. That would be weird. Now, gonna smoke this bowl. Almost done. Um, the latest is that they can see people in this thing. It seems to be more than one object. That would explain why it's so wide. And that there are multiple things that are accompanying it, and multiple could be two or seven, you know? And so it's like, okay, so Avi Loeb, I listened to another interview with him today, and it was like, okay, he was sort of leaning at first to a rock, but he's like, it's displaying things that aren't natural, and it's displaying things that look like there's somebody out there. And I sat here and I listened to him, and just the way he looks, I'm just like, now I'm looking at body language and I'm like, do I believe this sucker? Because he's like, we saw this and it was giving off of something, and it's not doing this and it's not doing that. And then he makes this joke and says, well, when it gets behind the sun and changes directions, I guess we'll know. And he gave a grin and kind of chuckled. And I thought to myself, what the fuck was that? What did you just say? When it gets on, and the trajectory will take it behind the sun, and he was chuckling. I knew he was laughing because he was like, oh, it's going to be out of the way and everything, and he was making light, trying to make light of what other people were trying to imply, and he was simply trying to state the facts. And so, and in part of it, it was like, yeah, when it gets behind the sun, it'll change directions, and chuckle, chuckle. But there's a damn thing we can do about it except sit here and watch it. But the big thing is in the quantum field of things, the more of us on this planet that get jittery, okay? What is that moving back there? What the hell's back there? What, something just moved back there. Well, some again, well, come on in. Sit down for a spell. Um, so if there are inhabitants, um, if there are inhabitants on the rock, and it's headed towards us, the more of us here on planet Earth who get frustrated, who get scared, who get wound up, it's going to go to the quantum. And um, everything I believe in says we can't do that. We have to keep that Not necessarily negative energy, but it's going to feel like it. We got to keep that energy out of the quantum field, which is the whole universe, right? So, but the way it seems that people are doing, they're trying to poke a stick to keep people agitated. So, dear friends, it is your job, whether you talk to anybody or not, or make comment about it or not, you can be a balancing field for what's going on right now. Future events are going to test humanity. And it doesn't mean we got to like it, but we got to face it with a clear judgment and a clear face. Like this. Well, that's some bitch over there. Are you trying to take over my property? I'm looking up the hill through the window. And if I see that he is, my gun's over there. My baseball bat is right behind here. I have other implements of protection and destruction over by the door and right here beside me. Um, and if it looks like, it might be easier for me to stay here and defend my fortress, I'm they, they gonna have a hell of a time getting in here and taking over what they might think. They better think twice, because I have. I've thought about how to defend my place. And you cannot get in my back door. There is not one. And if you try to come in, there is literally a great big snake that lives back there. She's a big one now. So and I'm assuming because I have still seen signs of that big snake being back there. So that must be 20 years now, at least. At least 20 years. 99. No, closer to 30 years. That snake can't be that old, can it? I hadn't thought about how old it would be. it's it still seems. I mean, it's huge. It looks like an anaconda. It hasn't tried to eat the cats or anything, and you know, eats the frogs and stuff in the back, and and it seems to be protecting the house for years. So, but it's huge. If she's still alive, she's huge. So it says four of you are sitting here. I'm waving at you. I'm stoned as hell, and I'm still coming off of 20, and I'm going to finish this one up with you. And I need something to drink because I got cotton on my cow. And everybody says, "Well, that's from smoking weed." No, my medicine makes me cotton mouth. I was in the doctor's office the other day, doodle I'm playing, solitaire, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm like, my mouth is stuck together, and the nurse comes in and she's like, Mr. Noel, and I'm like, I couldn't talk, and I didn't have anything to drink. So I've learned to sip a little bit, keep a little bit in my mouth. I've learned to conserve. Hook was on earlier, and it's like you learn how to eat one meal a day and be satisfied. Um, Now I have learned that fluids not necessarily a good thing, but what you must do if possible. See, I was so sick for a day and a half, I couldn't keep anything down. And by the time I recovered with my stomach, my kidneys were already in a flash. So, but I started putting water back in me right away. But if anything like that happens again, I will know to try to get water in me sooner. And that I other fluids or tea or something, if that, but water is the key one to drink if you can. Just plain water, but drink it. You know, you do not want you want regular water. It can be spring, but you do not want. I can't think of it now. What is it? Distilled water. No, it's got to be water, not distilled water. If you drink distilled water while you're dehydrated, you'll get dehydrated even more, and could cause cardiac arrest and death. Cheers. Man, that's some good coffee. In my cup, I pour 2/3 cup of coffee from my coffee pot that had been sitting for a couple of hours. I made earlier this evening. Then the other third with milk, whole milk out of a gallon, and 1 teaspoon of sugar. Now this is a big cup. It's like 2 cups in one. So it's like a half a teaspoon of sugar in a cup of coffee, right? So, and one of the things I can be proud of for the four of you who are sitting here, God bless you. Um, I have Folgers containers, the red Folgers containers, coffee. And when they're out of coffee, then I keep them and I refill them with something else. So I've got one over by the coffee pot that's been there for going on 15 years. And it's running out of sugar. So I was standing over there yesterday getting my dip of sugar from my coffee and poured the milk in and stir, stir, stir. And I put the lid back on the Folgers thing. And I really had to, it's a long teaspoon now. It's not a short teaspoon, it's a long one. It's like a teaspoon of this, that teaspoon was in my grandmother's great big, lemonade parlor, and she used to stir, condiments into her. Anyway, so I've had these long teaspoons. I love them, and they're silver too. They're old. Um, so I noticed that I had to dip deeply into the bottom of my Folgers with sugar in it, right, for my coffee. And I dipped down there, and I'm holding on to the end of the thing, and I'm like, how? Wait a minute. I put it in, everything's successful. I put the lid on the top of it, and I'm thinking to myself, when was the last time you put sugar in that thing? Now, honest to God, I used to go through. I There's at least a 2 pounder that goes in one of those. Okay, so 2 pounds of sugar goes in there, and I was going through 2 pounds of sugar at least once a month, right? Now, a year ago, I was going through 5 pounds of sugar in one of those containers in a month. Okay. It has been 3 or 4 months since I put any sugar in this container at all. And the last time I put sugar in it was a 2 pounder. So I had made up my. There's a reason I'm going here. I had made up my mind to decrease the amount, to decrease my sugar intake, knowing how old I'm getting, and that my pops got sugar diabetes when he got old, and he had full on heart issues. That's what he died from in the hospital. And I want to do better. I am doing better. You know, my heart's not near as clogged. I'm on a regiment. I've seen the inside of my heart, and I know what to do. I'm not sure about this thing barely beaten. you know. Um. Oh, I was gonna. Oh, I was gonna check my blood pressure. Um. But so my philosophy of keeping the heart as calm as possible. Now I've done a good job with that, but I've done a shitty job with as far as cigarette smoke and all other kinds of things. And that's why when there's a 40% loss in my heart, it's because when it pumps, it's pumping okay, but the valve is leaking around the edges. And it was explained to me about the heart and when something's leaking. It's like if you close your front door, and if you got a really good front door, it and it seals. You can't see squat around it. Like most of us, you close the door. There's a pocket here and there, because you want it to close easily, you know. And then there are folks like my door. At least it's got a pane missing, and there's a piece of cardboard in it. Then there's that. So in a way, my back door over there with a piece of cardboard in it is sort of signifying what my heart is like, because on the pump side, to get the blood down to the rest of me, to distribute that blood, it's leaking. So when it pumps, it's leaking by, as they say. So instead of getting 100% of that pump, I'm only getting 60% of that pump because I got 40% leakage. So it's leaking 40% around the door when you close it. So every time it goes like doom, 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 and it's beating right now, right? So for every time it's doing that, it's leaking around the valve. So now the good news is my heart rate, I keep my heart rate down, which means there are fewer times that it has to leak. And the doctor agreed that that's a good thing. So, of all the things I can or cannot do, by me keeping the beats of my heart down, um, let's see, there there's less damage. Because if it was beating faster, so it's going ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Nice steady heartbeat, ba-doom, ba-doom. Then something comes along and it goes ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Which way is likely to be more at stress? Ba-doom, ba-doom, or ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. So a 60 heart rate, ba-doom, or a 75, ba-doom, 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 or an 80, ba-doom, 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 there's more wear and tear. So try to keep your heart rates down. There's 6 people watching me at this time. Hi, everybody. Oh God, I missed the 20. Oh no, 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 don't do that to me. Um, but if anybody pops in, hi y'all. Good morning. It's almost what? Oh hell, it's almost 8 o'clock on the Eastern Seaboard here on this Thursday morning. I'm doing my radio shtick as I used to do. Yeah, I miss doing radio too. Um, and doggone it, one of the guys I started kind of sort of looking up to was um oh man, he lived in Gainesville or outside of Gainesville, Florida, or Ocala. Um, I'm stand my ground. I won't back down. And he killed himself in a little cabin down in the woods where he was. They found him dead. They assumed he killed himself. Um, what I can't think of his name, but uh, it still pisses me off that he went. Because if he was depressed and living in a swamp, fuck, he could have called me. I'd have been depressed and living in the swamp with him and playing music with him. I'm like, oh my God, you know, bro, I don't mind. And but you couldn't, you couldn't find the courage. Thank you very much, Tom Petty. You get a gold star. Who is that? That told me that? Oh, I can't see. Honest to God, where are my glasses now? Lighter horn. I got it. I'm still trying to work out the focus on my new lenses. I need to call the eye doctor and tell her they ain't focusing right. They just ain't. At certain, you know, me leaning into the screen, I should have been able to read that, and I could not get the focus. I this eye here is being blurry, and I hate it because they did such a good, clean job with the cataracts. I hated that I got a blurry, lens or something that feels like, and I cannot get the two eyes to focus. I used to be able to read I could squint a little bit and read the letters on the TV. I can't see them now. I can see that there are letters there, but I can't read them. So I'm like, suck, shit, And I paid big bucks for that shit. Big bucks. Like all of my savings. Adios. But everything is brighter, I got to say. Cheers. I know it's not the same time. Who cares? It's 10 minutes to 7 here in South Georgia time. God bless you, sons and daughters. If you're feeling low, you got to find it in you. You got to find it in you, son, to stand your ground. Because tomorrow might be different. And if today's too tough, just hang on a little longer because tomorrow might be the blessing that you never asked for. And I mean, I mean, the blessing of my brother passing away. He was really on a decline inside and out. His brain, he didn't want to be here anymore. Me, I still want to be here. I still want to go on adventures. I got things I want to do and see. I'm going to be 73 years old. I don't give a shit. There are still things I want to do. you know, I ain't quitting. I don't want to give up. I want to figure it out. And it's taken me a while for me and my system to adjust to the back surgery that I've had. And I'm pissed. I've had enough. I realize I have not worked hard enough to get through my situation. I've been sitting in this chair too long. It'll be 3 years. No, wait a minute, no. It'll be 4 years. No, I got to get out of this chair. I was getting out and going around. Then it got hot, and then I couldn't do it. Then my heart gave out, and now it's got heart pain. Don't care. I got to get up. No excuses. And what I got hit with last week, I don't know what it is. And I feel like I got hit physically. And I remember about a month or so ago, I was standing outside next to the canoe, and I was doing a something and fixing a something, and it was like boom, and I grabbed the hold of the canoe, and it was like, what the fudge monkey was that? I mean, I physically, and it sounded like if you ever worked in a factory or something, it's like they didn't necessarily drop it, but they put something big and heavy down on the ground. Boom, you know, boom. Now we got, the cotton mill over here, and there are noises that, it's several miles away, but um, there are times when there are cleanings and things and trucks doing stuff, and so boom, and the noise carrying, not too uncommon. But that day standing outside and surrounded by, you know, a pile, a tree, the woods, the shed, and I was standing with the canoe in front of me to have that to have the wind push by me the way it did and to give me that shove. There's no way the wind could have come through there. There's no way it could come through my yard. So it's like, what was that? And then there was the noise, the toom. And so it's like, okay, so that's been maybe at least 6 weeks ago. But the other day I was sitting here getting ready to go to the doctor or something, you know. Yeah, because I was dealing with the upset stomach from the food poisoning. And so then all of a sudden it was just, boom, what was that? And it was here in the house. And I'm leaning back and looking at the camera right now. But I mean, I sat up and looked about and got up and looked out the window because it was like, what the hell? Sitting in the house and feel the concussion of something, and looked around, went out the door, couldn't hear anything. But I sure remember that got something came in that day. So don't know what it is, don't know what it has been. Um, but as since I don't have anybody else to talk to but you all, lovely people, which is fine now. We are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Have any of you been zapped? Because I'm sitting here talking about it, but I absolutely have been zapped physically. And then there's been something that seems to have altered my perception somehow. I can't explain it. Just a slightly different point of view. Not bad. This I'll tell you, it's almost like I've got a because I have been an announcer type person all my life, right? I'm doing this podcast, and this is the podcast that never ends. Sitting here yapping with y'all, but and I love it though, and you can participate anytime you want to in the chat with anything you want. You should know that by now. But in just being alive for 73 years has been a treat, been a chore, had not been easy at times, and starvation and dehydration. God, too many times. The time on the river, oh my God, I should be dead from dehydration. And I came out of there. The time on the river when the river was up, and I almost drowned, and I got real cold, and I almost died from the shivers twice. And I was probably dehydrated then at the time too. Come to think of it, because just because you almost drowned don't mean that you have had the right amount of water. Oh, good God Almighty! But no, I mean, and I'm trying to be the bold, brave person, but I'm a shaman in training, and I'm trying to equate my life. Have I experienced enough of what life has to offer, the good and the bad of it, the storms, the survival, the days without electricity? I worked it out. I survived. I realized that all things, I need a freaking fan. I can do without all. I can do without water. I mean, I can get water. I got a well. I've got stored water. I can get water. Um, you know, I can. I've got. I can drain it. I can build a fire outside with wood if I want to, or need to. But I've got gas. I've got. If I don't have a fan, oh sheboygan, I'm gonna die. You know, Boy, babe, if you don't get me a fan, I'm gonna perish 4 times before Christmas. Christmas will never get here. I'll be dead before I can think of when. Hanukkah, Miss Hanukkah. Hanukkah comes first. Put some Hanukkah. Yeah, I had to play an old Jewish man in a play. It was fun. I got to learn. I got to learn some Yiddish, and my dear friend, my dear dear Jewish friend has passed a few years ago, and we were in many plays together. We were. She played Della in And I played the Reverend in Della's Diner, um, which was one of the last plays I was in. And we got to sing a little song together. And she looked up at me and she was like, I don't know the words. Elaine, God Almighty, Elaine Shakes. She gave me this smile and we were doing a dance and she had turned away from the audience. So she was looking up stage and I'm singing this, whatever that little song was, and she just looks at me just so serious. And I've known her for 30 years. She goes, and just smiles and turns back around with the dance. And I'm like, holy crap, buddy. Yeah, but she was real. She was honest Jewish, but she ate ham. I mean, she'd go to a party and there'd be ham, and she'd go, "No, don't touch it." And she'd walk by the table, and then she'd look around anybody, and she'd swipe a piece. And oh, and Elaine, oh my God, was um, I was the manager of the theater for several years, and everybody's getting in their cars out on the street, and I've got the keys. I'm going back in to lock up, and I'm going to go through the building and lock it from the outside with my with my key. And actually, and we had a passcode too, so you could get in if you knew the right passcode. So, but anyway, they all go off. Elaine calls me up on a cell phone. Come over and eat something with us before you go out to your house. Okay, I've done it many times, and they'll fix something up, and I don't eat much. She said we're having grilled cheese sandwiches and um, tomato soup. I'm like, I'll be right there, right up my alley. Right? She makes a good thick cheese sandwich, so I'm on my way. So I'm standing on a street corner, street corner, the edge of the street on the curb, and we're in the middle of the block. And I'm still trying to utilize my energies of observation. So there are no cars or any vehicles on the street. And whatever prompted me to walk off of the sidewalk, because I'm like, well, everybody's gone. Look up and down the street. I've stood on a street like that before, downtown Thomasville. It's got bricks. It's a brick main street. And I walk out there, and we had a good run with the show. And I'm putting the theater to bed. And it's my job to go back in and lock everything up the last time through, turning off the ghost light kind of thing. The show's done. This is it. So Dave takes a deep breath, and I'm standing on the street. And I look up and, thank you, Spirit, for giving us a good run. And everything's groovy, right? So stand there and I turn back to the theater and something catches my eye, like hawk eye as I am. And down in the gutter, I see something shiny. And I look up this way to my right, which is where the pool hall is and pool hall hot dogs is. And I look up the curb that way. It's clear. And I see something shiny and I look back up in front of our building and up towards the corner. And still something shiny. So all I have to do is like take one or two steps to the left and I reach down and I pick this thing up and I'm like, wow, that's a one piece of shiny costume jewelry. Are those now? I'm not perfect, but I studied gems and things. I got rocks all around the house, so I'm like, is that looks like an emerald? you know. Wow, is that a ruby? Nah. Wait a minute. I hold it up to the light, and I'm like, there's a pattern in them, the cluster, and they're it's built real nice, and I'm like, and it's heavy, and I'm like, holy crap, this is real. I wonder how much I could pawn this thing for. This is real. So okay, put it in my pocket. So I walk through the theater building, close up everything, get in my truck, and I go over to Elaine's house and go on in. I'm sitting there at the kitchen table like many times. Big house, they got the attic fan on, and there's a little bit of breeze just being pulled through the house, and they'd help with the show, and so everything's real calm now, and she's just making grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm having a bowl of soup, and Elaine says, "Ron," over at the sink, and she goes, "Ron, I can't find my ring." She said, "I had it." She goes, I don't know if I took it off here by the sink. I can't. And Ron's like, "Oh, now, Elaine, you know that you're supposed to, take better care of that ring. That being your mother's ring and all." She goes, "Yeah." She said, "I just had it appraised. And he said I could get at least, 12.5 for it, but it's worth $13,000. God, Ron, I can't lose my mother's ring. I want to be able to pass it on." And she's looking around the sink area and everything. And so I say, "Elaine, um, what's it look like?" And Ron says, it's pretty hefty, and it's got this ruby setting, and there's some emeralds in it. And I said, "Emeralds and rubies?" "Yeah, and there's a diamond, and there's a thing, and what?" And I said, "What will you give me if I can magically produce your ring?" "I don't know. What are you talking about?" And Ron looks at me, and I reach in my pocket, and I pull out this $13,000 ring that I had just picked up on the street in Thomasville before I closed up the theater, before I went to her house. Did Spirit know I was going to go to her house? Did Spirit know for me to walk out in the street? Because if I'd have stayed on the curb, I would not have seen the ring. Even though I look down at shit all the time. That's why they call me Hawkeye. I find things, have found things. So I pull out of my pocket her mother's ring. 13 grand had just been appraised, and Elaine almost shit. She goes like, "Did you take it from me?" And I said, "Elaine, I found it in the curb." She goes, "When I got in the car she was going through her mind, and she said, I knew I had to get it, sized, and I had it on my finger." And she said, "I got in the car and reached out to pull the door closed." And she said, "I felt something on my hand." She said, "And I just went ahead and closed the door." That's when the ring fell off her finger. And I just so happened, see, and so for all my life of being on this journey as a shaman, there was something that was projected. She lost her ring. I didn't have a clue, but the spirit knew. And the spirit knew it was a special ring. Elaine was my special friend. Her and Ron were they're both of them died of heart attacks. Ron went before Elaine did. But I heard that Elaine passed away, which is it's it's sad, but I love you, dearie. You know, we sang together, we sang in the choir, we, jumped and kicked, and we just had a ball. So our lives were, knowing her was a treat. And when we got together, we just went all out and had a ball. So we've entertained quite a few people over the years, and of course I miss her, but hell, I'm getting old and stuff happens. So, but spirit, in here I listen. What pushed me out into the street that day? Now turning around, I was just, but I was standing on the curb, just doing my thing. I had my arms up and I had my sign up, and I was thanking the spirits for a good show, and turned around and there was her ring. I knew it was worth something. I knew it was worth a bunch of bucks. I looked at that thing and said, "Yes, Jesus. If nobody, I'm going to pawn this on bitch because I'm poor. I could use money. And 13 grand? Take this into a jewelry and goes, oh, I'll give you some money right now. Okay. Even if you want to give me the low end, that's 10.5. Oh my God, that would last me for a year. you know. I'm living and scrounging and, oh man. Talk about a boom doggle, I mean, windfall. Um, but I didn't get that. But seeing the look on Elaine's face when I pulled her mother's ring out of my pocket, no, no way. How you've got my ring? Well, maybe. What do you mean maybe? Well, I don't know if this is your ring or not, Elaine. You could have been a fly on the wall. I had a great time with her. And Ron, he was right on in there. He was like, I told you should have got that thing, sized. If you lost it, you owe him. It's his ring now. He don't have to give it to you, Elaine. Even if it is yours, he don't have to give it to you. Finders keepers. And she was like, oh, Ron, don't say things like that. Hell, I'm stoned. Ooh, coming up on us on the 20. You know what? I think I'm gonna quit this time. The sun's coming up, and I gotta take a nap. I gotta go to the hospital here and get some and do a lung test thing. How's my lungs doing, y'all? I've been sitting here talking for the last 7 hours, and having a 20 every once in a while, which is sneaking up on me again. It will be. See, I don't turn my clocks back, so it's quarter after 7 right now. When in reality it's 8:15 Eastern time. Now, since I'm sort of on Central time, it is 7:15. Cheers. Have a coffee. I used to have to trim the hairs on my nose. Now I have to do is just get them close to the bowl. I'll trim the hairs on my nose. Do you have that problem? Oh, not a drop of alcohol. No alcohol. Nope. Um, so staying on theme, because there were lots of other. I know how many hours I've been doing this now. What does this say? 6 hours? Ooh, 6 hours and 14 minutes, and I'm coming up on another 20. 6 hours, man. This is a marathon. So, what else could kill us? Now, as mad and pissed off, and for those folks who, have held on this long, I was mad earlier on in this podcast about Anthony Fauci. There are a lot of people who are angry about Anthony Fauci. And hopefully not to get this video demonetized. I don't get nothing for this except the pleasure of sitting here with you, which is a ball for me. Um, to put this out to the universe, phooey on you, you know? They think they're going to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. No, I don't think so. I'm an old carny, by God. I don't have a front porch per se, and I don't have a rocking chair per se. It's just an old chair that rocks. You know, it's not a rocking chair. Don't lean back. Um, that I can look up the hill, and sometimes there are deer that go by. There's some mornings or afternoons, there's a hawk in the sky, you know, and there's something about that. So, when I was trying to, in the, in my thinking about the sufferings that I have attained, that's a weird way of putting it, but in a way, I mean, I've been burnt, I've been drowned, I have been dehydrated, for 3 days in the swamp during dog days, I just had let's see, it's been 2015, my 10th anniversary of, it's been at least 10 years, maybe longer, but 10th anniversary in the spiritual saying 12. Okay, my 12th anniversary of being caught in the swamp when it was dry and I had no water and no food, and I hurt my back and couldn't walk, and I got stuck, 3 miles down the river. When the river, you couldn't paddle the river because it was all dry in a lot of places. So anyway, that was the day, that the spirits took me off, and I lay there. And to this day, I can, even with my eyes open, it's easier to see it over here. It's easier to see it over here. Um, oh, I know what I can do. I can move the camera. Oh, that makes it easier. Hi, how you doing there? You got a different look of the house, and I can sit up in the chair and not have to look on the corner. I had it plugged in and the short cord for the charge the battery, so the battery's charged enough. So, hey, hi, how are you? I can twiddle the phone all around if I want to. So, for those of you who stuck around all this time, I'll tell you what, I'll do a little turn. This is the north side of the house. There's pictures of my family right there. And that old picture hanging is Granny. What you looking at? Oh, that's looking towards the kitchen. And towards the kitchen some more. And that area out yonder is kitchen table. And this way is to the back door. So now I'm going to. So behind me, for those of you not ever seen, that's my upstairs, and that's a staircase, and which is filled with stuff down here, so I can't get up it, and I have to change that. And I have been bad, 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 bad. So, but these are my windows on the south side of my house, and I got windows all the way up, and right above me, I don't know if you can see it. I think maybe. Do you see the hawk up there? That's a stuffed hawk. I have it. I have it legally, but not. If somebody came in here, if the wildlife folks came in here and saw that, they'd go, "Where's your permit?" And I'd have to go. A friend of mine died. Now hang on. He had a permit. It was his permit, but he died, and I was holding it for him, but it's still here. And the hawk's name is Bright Eyes. And so that hawk sits up there looking out over me, and that hawk sits up there and looks out the windows. And so, there are folks who have asked over the years, well, blah blah blah, and I go, I feel like I'm protected. I feel like I'm protected. Bright Eyes up there. There's a stuffed duck up there, also even higher up. It was one of the ducks. It was a duck from a friend of mine's place. She had ducks on the pond, and it was one of her favorite ducks, and she had it stuffed. And so, and after a while, it didn't fit her stuff, and so it got thrown in a box and was going to get thrown out. And so I have the duck. So I got a stuffed hawk and a stuffed duck, as representation of the animal kingdom, if you will. So I'm sitting. I always see at least Bright Eyes sitting up there. So I never lose contact, if you will, with the animal kingdom. But Dave, it's dead. It's a stuffed animal. How can you have? Oh, shut up. I see the hawk, and all I got to do is look out that window right there, and I connected with the outside. So I'm very fortunate, even in my poor state. I got 40% on my lung over here, but I got 60% that still works. We got to work with that part, right? So that's where I'm at now in like my 73rd birthday. I got to figure out how to work with that 60%. I really do. You know, I've been muddling along pretty good, health okay. Then I've had this bad stretch. Got hammered bad and thrown to the floor. Literally with the throwing up part. That was no fun. Yeah. um, it'll make me not want tomato for a while. Anyway, So, um, but for a shaman in training like me, it's like, wow, did you expect to get sick? No. Well, I shoved it off, and well, 2 days later, and I'm blah blah, and it's okay, and I'm getting over it. No, 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 no. But I'm old. I have a heart condition, and things are different. The way I felt last week, oh, I just fluff it off, and I'll do it. No, Dave. Okay, are you listening? No, you're much older now, and these things really do count. They really do. So I'm always learning a lesson, and the lesson is that yeah, I'm a tough old bastard. I'm a tough old buzzard. Yeah, and I'm gonna keep going until I drop. Only problem is it's real easy to drop lately. You know. Oh my God, shit! I could. I left the. I had to. I pulled the Jeep back up to the truck because it's got the battery in the back of the Jeep to go in the truck. And I was standing at the door earlier, and I look out there and I go, wow, wow, oh shit, look out there. I gotta walk all the way out there to get in the Jeep. Oh, hell, I got to go to the damn hospital in a little bit. Lord have mercy, look at how far that Jeep is out there. And ain't nobody to help told me to get out there. Well, I could get in my little three-wheeled thing and ride out there, but then what am I going to do when I'm going to have to leave my ride out there? Now what do I do? So I was like, so I have to walk out there. Lord have Jesus mercy, Lord, give me the strength. Okay. It's really not that far from the house. But now, old age, 73, look how far that some bitch is. It ain't really that far. But now my brain's looking at it from a different point of view. So, oh, and I got grapes out there. Oh, any of y'all out there like them scuppernogs? Ooh, old timers around here call them bulluses. They big and purple. And I mean, they're juicy this year. Lord, and they in clusters that are just a hanging. Lord, and I got to go right by them to get in the Jeep. I got to go right by them to put the battery in the truck. I need to go put the battery in the truck and eat me some grapes for breakfast. I mean, literally, they're like right there. Just stand there in front of the. They're right there. Grab a grape and eat. And they're right. They need to get pulled down, or they're going to start dropping on the ground. Now there are a lot of birds around here, and the birds cleaned out my mulberries. Them sun guns cleaned up my mulberries, and now I know why I have some fireworks. But the thing is the birds never clustered on the mulberry bush because the monkey was chasing the weasel. But the birds never congregated all of them at one time. They learned to sneak in from the woods from the back. They learned because they saw that I could see them from the front because I had mowed and everything's clear. I could see them mulberries. And they knew I was watching them. So they would sneak up from the woods from the backside. And one or two of them would go in there and get them mulberries off that tree. And I'll be looking out there going, well, I only see one. And he'd fly off. And I'd be sitting there and look out there, and it's like one would come from The fence line. Okay, there there comes a cardinal coming from the fence line. All right, it hops from one side and it hops up and then flies off that way. Okay, quiet for a minute, and then one flies from kind of sort of overhead from the woods, sort of over, you know, and lands in the tree and it starts eating mulberry. They've learned they can't all get there at the same time, or I'm going to throw some fireworks at them. Bang! One of them little black cats, bang! So they don't like that. I also have a starter pistol, this 22. Pow! Pow! I don't really have I don't have a 12 or 16 gauge or nothing like that. But I do have fireworks. So will come out the door. And now, you know, last year and this year, I learned to sneak up by the cars and the vehicles and get out there and then light the fireworks. Because then I'm a lot closer to the mulberry tree. Okay, Dave, then what? The birds learned how to outsmart me. They learned to come in from the backside of the woods. They learned to not come all in at one time. Because I kept walking out there going, wow, I got some mulberries and I'd eat some from the bottom side, And I'd look and I go, wow, there's a bunch of mulberries still on this tree, but I can't reach them. They was, I mean, literally this close to out of my reach and hanging in clusters, especially on the front on this one side. And so I'm like jumping up a little bit as I can and pulling some down and looking up in the tree going, wow, there's still a pretty good bunch up there. And there's a bird in the top of the tree looking down at me like, munching on a berry, I'm okay. So I come back to the house, turn around and look back out at the tree and I go, them birds have outsmarted me again. They came in and got all the little hanging fruit first. And there were beautiful berries just over my head. I'm talking about beautiful store-bought kind of berries hanging from my tree, just out of my reach. But the birds knew. They ate all of the berries on the tree on the low side. And then they kept sneaking in from the back because I can't reach none of them. But mulberries up in that tree. I'm a little too old to climb it. I used to climb, but and then I walked out there like it was like a day later because I was going to figure out how to shake a limb, how to get some of them mulberries down because I wanted to eat some fresh mulberries. Went out there all ready to do it. I got out there. I felt like a fool. I looked up in that tree all around. I went around it this way. I went around it this way, looked up. I couldn't find a single berry in that tree. And this was like 9 o'clock in the morning. I could not find a single mulberry in that tree. Ooh, wait. Birds, critters will outsmart you every time. So the only way I can save the berries next year, because I've noticed that, people have these nets that you throw over your trees to keep the birds out. I'd have to resort to that. Now, but I'm fixing to go out here to my truck and to the Jeep because now that I'm thinking about those those grapes that I got hanging out there on the vine, I need to put my shoes on and go out there and get me some. I'm going to turn this off and I might walk out there and start over and do another video because this is going to be 6.5 hours long. So, but here I am sitting in the house. Um, you can see a little bit more of my house. The wood that you see, most of it is came from a an old tobacco barn that I tore down for the wood, and the stairs is made out of lumber from Lowe's and some old wood. Um, Over my head uh, is burnt wood that was salvaged out of a pile from where the gym in Pelham, Georgia, burnt real bad, and they put the fire out. But there was a lot of the gym they had to tear out. So it was heart pine, ancient pine, that this thing 2x8s, which I have right there in the floor, which is the ceiling up there. And so I have some of the, and it's black from being burnt. You couldn't drive a nail through that mess for nothing. But so this house is made out of old tobacco barn wood. It's made out of, the wood from Pelham, Georgia, from the gym. I've got windows over there that came from Pelham also. The windows are the sliding glass panes out of a meat counter. And so in my lifetime, I was able to salvage things and make them work. So my gift to you, as it were, in my wisdom is I'm sitting here looking at my house and going, I do use that. And then that wood there's from, and that wood over there, I got it from oh yeah, what about that wood back over there? Oh yeah, shit. I got all kinds of stuff in this house. But here's the thing that if I could promote it to you is that I have been able to take old tobacco barns. I've been able to take old things that nobody else wanted and figured out a way to use them. Now you might look here, let me, now that it's daylight. Yeah, you see that right there? That brown thing right there? That deer skin right there? All right, that is a radiator out of one of the schools in Thomasville that they threw out and was going to sell for scrap. And a friend of mine who worked there, and he said, David, come. They said you could have as many as you want, but you got to come get them now. So I rode into town with my truck, and getting that son of a gun, it's huge. It goes all the way over there, and and it's that tall, and it's heavy. So I wiggled that thing onto my truck and came home and went, what am I going to do with this? But I've got another one back over here behind my heater. And when I get my wood burning stove going good, it heats up the old radiator. There's not any water in it, but heating up the iron on that thing. It's cast iron, so when it gets hot, it will emit back to the room. Well, this one's sitting here. It just stays cool. It just helps the house stay cool. I don't know how else to say it. It's very pleasant in here right now. It's about 72 degrees in the house, and it's probably about 68 degrees outside. But I'm gonna I'm gonna go check out the grapes. Whoever's left over in it says in the chat, I love you, salute you, and I will continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you that comes here, and even your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations, I continue to pray that you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So to continue on, there are lots of things that will try to kill you in life because I keep talking about the things that have tried to kill me. Spirits from beyond tried to drown me, and I've had spirit angels lift me up out of the drowning and help me to get back to civilization and from drowning in the water, from from drowning again, and from freezing to death. And the angels that helped me and kept me, obviously, from dehydrating to death. 3.5 days on the river with no water. I had, I, I didn't know it then, but I know it now. I had to have been dehydrated out the wang. So, and that didn't help my heart at the time, 10 years ago, when I was first starting to realize I had a heart issue. And so I'm pig-headed and stubborn and live down in the swamp. And that's all wonderful and good. But don't be like me and some other friends that are already dead of mine who thought we all thought we were so tough that we were going to make it. We were going to last. We're so tough. And then I get stomach poisoning and my potassium levels drop. I dehydrate. My kidneys start shutting down because I had I wanted lasagna. So cheers. Be careful. You never know when something's going to come up and slap you in the face. So what? What you learn in life is to adjust. You got to learn how to adjust. You got to learn how to. I'm looking for the word that starts with A. But anyway, um, I'm really loopy now. So, but I love you, my dear friends who get this far. Till next time. Adios, my friends. Be safe. Doseki. Doseki. Doseki.